Chapter 230. In fact, Zheng Tan had hesitated whether or not he should tell Senior Walnut, but in the end, he gave up. Generally speaking, he didn't have any enmity with that high-level swindler. That person's actions on the mountain could actually be considered as helping him. Since it didn't affect his own interests and didn't seem to be a threat to himself and Senior Walnut, Zheng Tan was too lazy to bother. In the following period of time, Zheng Tan didn't see that high-level swindler when he left the affiliated hospital. There were too many people who came to the affiliated hospital for treatment every day. After all, this was a real tertiary grade A hospital. There were so many people who came to see a doctor or were already hospitalized here that Zheng Tan couldn't see them all. Even that old lady, it was rare for him to see her once in 3 times. It could only be said that he was lucky and coincidental to have met her before. As for that high-level swindler, as the days passed, Zheng Tan didn't think about him anymore. Zheng Tan was too lazy to pay too much attention to people and things that had nothing to do with his life. On this day, Zheng Tan once again came to a place he hadn't been to for a long time, the night building. The person who brought Zheng Tan here was Celestine, and the person with Celestine was his wife. It was rare to see Celestine bring his wife to a place like the night building. Although the night building was completely different from the other messy clubs, nightclubs, and bars, Celestine's wife looked like an honest person. She was also the kind of girl who was well behaved when she was a student. She rarely went out in the middle of the night, and basically never went to a nightclub or bar. Celestine's wife wasn't a particularly beautiful person. Her appearance could only be considered average, but she was very kind, virtuous, and took care of the family. When Celestine chatted with some friends before he got married, he said that marriage was for the sake of the future. Finally, he found such a suitable wife, and Celestine was quite satisfied with this wife. Looking at Celestine's current routine, it was clear that it wasn't as messy as before. He went to bed and woke up early, and it had been a long time since he came to the night building. The reason why he was here today was actually for a performance at the East Palace tonight. Tonight, the band performing at the East Palace was a foreign band. They combined traditional and old-fashioned blues with urban blues and formed their own style. They might not be famous among some young people in their teens or 20s, but in terms of international fame, they were much better than some of the so-called popular bands in China. Of course, there were many people who liked this band in China. Celestine's wife was one of them. It was not that Mrs. Wei liked blues music, but she had read a book written by the lead singer of this band. That was why she liked this band. This was also the main reason why Celestine, who had been upgraded to a good husband and rarely went out at night, brought his wife here. And about coming to the night building, Celestine finally remembered Zheng Tan. He drove his wife to Tsinghua University, picked up Zheng Tan, and went to the night building. Celestine brought his wife here. Zheng Tan certainly didn't want to be a third wheel. Besides, he had his own private room in the night building, so he didn't want to disturb the couple. However, Celestine was afraid that Zheng Tan would be bored alone, so he asked Zheng Tan if he wanted to find some friends to play with. Zheng Tan thought about it. He couldn't find animals now, but he could find people. Therefore, Jin and the others, who were resting at home, got up after receiving the phone call. They had been busy these 2 days. They didn't have a performance in the night building, but they had other things to do. They were busy during the day, so they planned to go to bed early when they came back. They didn't expect to receive a call from Celestine. Jin and the others released their first album last year. The results were good, especially the song, Cat's Fantasy, which had no lyrics but some cat sounds. Many people called it last year's divine song. Perhaps it was too exaggerated to say that the song was popular because the style of this song was too strange, but it didn't make people feel bored. On the contrary, sometimes people felt that it was worth thinking about. A critic also said that there was a cat in everyone's heart. It could be lazy, clever, proud, or lovable. Everyone had a different feeling when they listened to this song. Although Ajin and the others made some achievements last year, they were still too far away from those big names. Just like how Ajin and the others were still not qualified to perform in the East Palace, there were many bands that performed outside the East Palace that were more famous than Ajin and the others. They were not qualified to enter the East Palace, let alone Ajin and the others. With Ajin and the others' status, it was impossible for them to have a private room in the night building, let alone a private room. Now that someone told them that there was such an opportunity in front of them, they were naturally quite happy. They naturally knew the bands that performed in the East Palace today. Being able to listen to these masters' performances and learn something from them would be very beneficial for their future development. Hey, Ajin, was it really Mr. Wei who invited us? The band's drummer, Wang Zhe, quickly put on his clothes and asked. Although the people in the night building called Celestine Brother Ling, Ajin and the others now directly called him Mr. Wei when they met Celestine, with some reverence. The others beside him also waited for Ajin to explain. The phone call was from Mr. Wei. He only asked if we were going to watch the performance. As for the private room, Ajin now calmed down and realized that Celestine did not seem to let them go to his private room. Forget it, we'll talk about it when we're there. It's good enough that we can go to the private room. Let alone a private room, we don't even have the money to go to the East Palace. Be content. Although he did not say it, Ajin's intuition told him that it was related to the cat. He knew that the person who sent the invitation was definitely not someone from the night building. Otherwise, they would not have waited until now to say it. Even when their results were released, they did not hear any movement from the other side. As for Celestine, in terms of relationship, Celestine was not as familiar with them as the cat. When Ajin and the others arrived at the night building, they happened to meet a band that was performing in the same area as Ajin. They were all young people with a strong sense of competition. Whether they performed or not, these two bands were serious about each other. When they met, it was inevitable that they would say a few words to each other. However, now that they were at the entrance of the night building, both sides restrained themselves. Ajin and the others were in a hurry, so they could not let Celestine wait there. They stopped Wang Zhe, who was about to continue, and lifted their feet to enter the night building. They were not qualified to enter from the side door, so they could only enter from the front door and be led by the people inside. Because Celestine had already greeted them, the people in the night building were also familiar with Ajin and the others. After recognizing them, they directly led them upstairs. This made the band that had not gone far stunned for a long time. Only Ajin had been to the private room before. Even so, they were still very nervous. Even Wang Zhe, who was usually talkative, kept his mouth tightly shut, afraid that something would go wrong. The people in front led Ajin and the others forward. When they passed by Celestine's room, Ajin thought to himself, sure enough, it's not Celestine's private room. Just as he thought of this, Ajin saw the people in front of him raise their hand and knock on the door of the next room. Click. With a soft sound, the door opened. The people in front of them motioned for Ajin and the others to go in. Ajin and the others swallowed their saliva and tidied up their clothes, for fear that if they met the big shots later, they would leave a bad impression on them. However, after they stepped into the door, the five of them were almost shocked by the layout in front of them. This was too unconventional. It was completely different from what they had imagined. What was the matter with the hanging hairy mouse? What was the soft couch in the shape of a cat's paw trying to express? Also, what were those paintings on the wall? Were they prepared for children? The dignified night building actually had such a place. This was the first feeling the five of them had when they came in. When they saw the cat sitting calmly on the sofa, they were all in a bad mood. This cat, to them, seemed to exist to subvert their understanding of the world. Behind them, Wang Zhe poked Ajin and whispered, "Captain." After so many years of experience, he always had some skills in reading people's expressions. However, when it came to a cat, he didn't know where to start. Jin paused and had some ideas in his mind. He walked to the sofa where Zheng Tan was and sat on the chair next to the coffee table. Zheng Tan glanced at him and pushed a plate of nuts on the coffee table in front of him to Jin. Jin looked at the various nuts on the plate and began to peel them. He didn't eat the peeled nuts but put them on another small plate in front of Zheng Tan. The four people behind Jin were speechless. Did this mean that they were going to serve the cat? At this time, Celestine came in from next door. After coming in, he briefly explained to Jin and the others. The general idea was that he called them over just to let them accompany the cat and listen to the performance. After that, Celestine went back to accompany his wife next door. Now, the performance outside had already begun. Except for Jin, the other four people were somewhat restrained and helpless. They didn't speak the same language and were of different species, so they always felt very awkward. However, seeing Jin like this, they couldn't stay idle, so they all came over to help him peel the nuts. Zheng Tan was only familiar with Jin, and he rarely met the other four people. However, now it seemed that these people were quite smart. Even in the face of a cat, in the face of such an unexpected situation, they could try to calm down and deal with it as calmly as possible. They didn't have too many tricks. In general, Zheng Tan now had a good impression of these people. He thought that if he came again, he could call them over to help him peel the nuts. This was a mutually beneficial thing. Zheng Tan came here just to relax, and Jin and the others could better listen to some masters of the East Palace. Zheng Tan didn't need to pay for his expenses here. They were all free. In fact, he didn't spend much. He didn't dare to drink now, because he would definitely be scolded when he went back. If he just listened to the performance and ate some snacks, the cost was nothing to the night building. When they peeled half a plate, Zheng Tan raised his paw and pushed the remaining nuts to Jin. Then, he ate a few pistachios and went to the window to look at the performance below. Cats also eat this? Wang Zhe opened his mouth and asked Jin silently. He carefully pointed to the small plate on the coffee table with all kinds of peeled nuts. Jin glanced at him, indicating that Wang Zhe shouldn't talk nonsense. Then, he also went to the window and looked at the performance below. The main purpose of their coming here was to watch the performance. Soon, the five people swept away the helplessness and awkwardness just now. Looking at the performance below, the five of them also exchanged their experiences and talked about their own differences. Zheng Tan was not interested in music. When he scrolled down, he mainly focused on the good-looking girls, such as the white-collared lady in professional attire, or the innocent-looking female student, or, F***ck. When Zheng Tan's gaze swept over one place, he froze. He saw an acquaintance. That high-level liar. Chapter 231. Zheng Tan was quite surprised to see this person in the night tower. The cost of living in the East Palace was not a small amount. Was this person really not short of money? These days, swindlers lived a much better life than white-collar workers who worked hard in offices. They drove luxury cars, flirted with high-quality girls, and often lingered in expensive places. Even Zheng Tan could not help but sigh at the difference. The person did not notice Zheng Tan's gaze. Perhaps even if he did, he was used to attracting attention in the venue below. In fact, from the light and angle, it was not easy for the people below to see the situation in the private room above. Even if they could, Zheng Tan did not care. He was not afraid of being seen. Now, compared to the music he could not appreciate, Zheng Tan was more curious about the identity of this swindler. Today, the performance at the East Palace ended around 10:30. Some people would leave, but for others, their nightlife had just begun. They were still active and would be active until 2 or 3 in the morning. Celestine, who had a family, would not stay here for long. He prepared to leave with his wife. Zheng Tan would definitely be with them. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to go back. In the parking lot, when Celestine drove, he did not close the windows at first. After staying in the night tower for so long, he breathed in more air to clear his mind. There were many cars around the night tower, so it would take some time to drive out onto the main road. Zheng Tan stood up and looked outside through the half-open rear window. He looked around and his gaze fell on a car not far in front of him. Zheng Tan did not see the brand of the car, nor could he remember the type of car. However, Zheng Tan was sure that the car was not cheap. It was different from the luxury sports car that Walnut and the others were looking for. This car was more business-oriented and stable. It was more suitable for the identity of the swindler. Zheng Tan did not expect to meet the high-level swindler twice by hitching a ride with Celestine. It was a bit too much to say that enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. After all, there was no hatred. At this moment, the high-level swindler in Zheng Tan's eyes was very gentlemanly, opening the car door for the hot lady. He closed the door and walked over to the driver's seat. Just as he was about to open the door, he paused and looked at the car that was slowly driving by. The neon lights and street lamps outside the night building were all turned on, and the angle of the light was just enough to shine on Zheng Tan's cat head that was peeking out of the half-open car window. With the brightness of the lights outside the night building, anyone who wasn't visually impaired would be able to see the cat's head clearly. Just a moment ago, he was still imagining how he was going to have sex, but the next moment, he couldn't wait to smash the steering wheel. He took a closer look at the back window of the car that was slowly driving past, and he suddenly couldn't calm down. F***CK. It was really strange. Zheng Tan couldn't see the man's eyes. The light reflected from the man's glasses covered his eyes. However, Zheng Tan noticed that when the man looked in his direction, there was a momentary stiffness, as if he had seen something impossible. However, the man quickly covered it up, as if that momentary stiffness was just an illusion under the neon lights. Driving out of the night building's parking lot, the car sped up and the windows were closed. When Zheng Tan looked back, he didn't see the man's car. Although he had met the man twice tonight, Zheng Tan didn't think that he would have anything to do with the swindler. He didn't think that the swindler would go so far as to trick the Jiao family. After returning to the villa complex, Zheng Tan's life continued at a normal pace. He did what he was supposed to do, and there were no ripples caused by the swindler. The flowers were blooming in spring, and there were more insects. Just look at the active birds in the surroundings. However, around the villa complex, not only were the birds active, there were also cats. When the sheriff and Huang saw the jumping insects on the ground, they were as excited as Tong seeing its favorite poop. Depang, who was sent out by his grandmother, probably wanted to find a quiet place to sleep without being disturbed, so he climbed up the crabapple tree nearby. Then, there was the scene that Zheng Tan saw of a dragon pressing down on a crabapple tree. This crabapple tree wasn't very thick in Zheng Tan's eyes. He heard that there was a small path here a long time ago, and crabapple trees were planted on both sides of the path. However, when the school was built, most of the crabapple trees were dug up, leaving only a few. After so many years, this was the only remaining crabapple tree. Now, the only crabapple tree was being pressed down by the fat man Depang. Zheng Tan saw that the branches looked like they were about to break. Sure enough, cats were a big killer for plants. In places where cats were often active, plants had to be resistant to bites, scratches, and pressure. After watching the sheriff and the others eat a few insects of unknown species in the villa complex, Zheng Tan ran out of the house for a walk. It was such a good time to come out for a walk. Only then would one feel that the day was so complete. After passing by the affiliated hospital, Zheng Tan walked along the flower beds and walls on the side of the street. The area near the hospital was not noisy. Although there was a commercial street here, it was still a little far from here. Moreover, it was not on the same line as the hospital, so he had to turn halfway. Zheng Tan didn't turn, but walked straight along the street. According to the map, he could see a lake in front of him. The lake was not small, and there were some developed properties around it. He had heard from Air Mao that his great-aunt lived in a house near the lake, but he didn't know which lake it was. After all, there were more than 2 or 3 lakes in Chuhua City. Zheng Tan didn't want to visit Air Mao's great-aunt. That old woman was too difficult to please, and he wasn't in the mood to visit her. After walking past a big hotel and some small shops around it, Zheng Tan saw a residential area marked on the map. Zheng Tan jumped onto a big sycamore tree by the side of the road to take a look. Part of the residential area was made up of small villas, while the other part was made up of tall elevators. He had heard that some teachers in Chuhua University had bought houses here. It was close to the university, and the environment was good. It was not noisy. Zheng Tan had once heard from the Jiao Pa that he had the intention to buy a house here. One of his colleagues had bought a house here, but because of his job transfer, he had planned to sell it. The Jiao Pa had gone over to check it out, but he felt that the neighbors there were not good, so he didn't buy it. However, Zheng Tan was glad that the Jiao Pa didn't buy it. In comparison, he was actually more inclined to buy a house in the East District. To Zheng Tan, it didn't matter if the place was small or not. What was important was the place to play and playmates. After climbing over the wall on the side, Zheng Tan walked along some small paths inside. The greenery here was really good. No wonder the Jiao Pa had taken a liking to this place. He had heard that the Jiao Pa had invited an old professor who was in the field of landscape design to come here. A little Pekingese barked in its yard. When it saw Zheng Tan, it barked fiercely. Unfortunately, it couldn't come out. Zheng Tan ignored it and continued to look at the surrounding houses and layout with interest. This residential area had been built for a few years. The trees were lush with leaves. Zheng Tan even saw a few cats playing there. When they saw Zheng Tan, the cats didn't show too much hostility. At most, they were vigilant and curious. It seemed that they were surprised by the sudden appearance of this unfamiliar guy. They didn't show any hostility, and Zheng Tan didn't have the intention to fight for territory. They went their own ways. The residential area near the lake was built with high fences not far from the lake. Outside the fences was a road that could accommodate 2 cars at the same time. On the other side of the road was a green belt, and on the other side was the lake. There were all kinds of warning signs and fences by the lake. Many incidents of people falling into the lake had happened around this area. Coming out of the residential area, Zheng Tan walked along the road near the lake. He jumped onto a tree and looked around to identify the road ahead. Unexpectedly, Zheng Tan really found something that interested him. It was a car, a high-end car, and it looked quite familiar. Zheng Tan wasn't sure if it was the same car that he saw at the night building that day. He jumped down the tree and walked over the fence. The place where the car was parked was still the villa area. In fact, the villas in this area all looked similar. Except for the few that the owners had specially spent a lot of effort to decorate, there wasn't much difference. Zheng Tan looked at the house number of the villa and listened to the movements inside. There were voices in the house. There were 2 people talking. One was the liar in Zheng Tan's eyes, and the other was the old lady that Zheng Tan saw at the hospital. The atmosphere of the 2 people's conversation was quite relaxed. Zheng Tan heard the old lady laugh. It turned out that the old lady lived here. The door was closed, but the window next to it wasn't closed. Zheng Tan listened to the conversation from under the window. The general content seemed to be that because something had happened to a colleague in the company, the senior liar sent the colleague to the hospital for a checkup and then sent her home. That colleague was a beauty, and this scene was coincidentally seen by the old lady who went out for a walk. When she saw that it was an acquaintance, she invited him to the house for a cup of tea. As they chatted, that person talked about his hard work history. Zheng Tan listened and got goosebumps. That person's image of himself was what people called other people's children. He was born poor, had a miserable life, had excellent grades, worked hard, had the courage to work hard, had the ability, entered a big company, was valued by the boss, and finally became a social elite. At the same time, he talked about the ups and downs of the process, which made the old lady look at him more kindly. Zheng Tan spat in his heart. What a load of bullshit. Who was the good-for-nothing that pretended to be a rich second generation on the mountain? That person didn't keep talking about his successful career. After his career, it was time to talk about his love history. He talked about the female colleague that was sent over today. The more Zheng Tan listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. This person was really good at making up stories. If he hadn't seen the other side, Zheng Tan would have been fooled like the old lady. Speaking of which, Zheng Tan was really curious. Did this person also pretend to be shy when making up stories? Could he be so thick-skinned and shy? After thinking about it, Zheng Tan jumped on the windowsill and looked inside. Needless to say, that person's smile was indeed a little shy. The old lady was amused and remembered the past. Back then. The old lady was about to tell the story of her past to encourage the young man in front of her, but she didn't expect that when she slightly tilted her head to look outside the window, she saw a black cat standing on the windowsill. Oh, isn't this that one? The old lady's attention was immediately diverted. She called the housekeeper to see if there was any suitable food to feed the cat. A certain liar who was sitting on the sofa with a cup of tea in his hand couldn't help but twitch his face. Although he didn't show his surging emotions, he had already cursed the entire alpaca community in his heart. Numb. Numb. Damn. Chapter 232. Under the old lady's invitation, Zheng Tan calmly stepped onto the sofa next to her and lay down. The nanny originally wanted to say something, but seeing that the old lady didn't mind, she didn't say anything. However, she thought to herself that she should go out to buy some flea medicine later. She heard that there were a lot of fleas on cats outside. She didn't know if the fleas would be brought in. Just in case, it was better to be more careful. Zheng Tan noticed that the nanny's attitude towards him wasn't very good, but she didn't have any bad intentions. At most, she was a little annoyed, which could be ignored. The nanny put a small bowl of warm fish soup on the small tea table next to the sofa. Zheng Tan sniffed it but didn't eat it. He wasn't hungry now, and when he was outside, he wouldn't eat anything randomly. In fact, the most important thing was that there was half a fish head in the bowl. Zheng Tan didn't like fish heads. The nanny looked at the old lady and asked if she wanted to change the food. The old lady glanced at the cat on the sofa and waved her hand. Leave it there for now. After that, the old lady looked at the man again. I saw this cat when I was in the hospital. I feel that this cat and I are quite fated. I was wondering if it was a cat raised by someone nearby. I didn't expect to see it here. Although the man sitting on the other sofa smiled and listened to the old lady's words, he was roaring in his heart. He didn't feel that he had any fate with this cat. He just felt that he and the cat didn't get along well. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. The old lady was still sighing about the coincidence and luck of meeting this cat at the hospital and at home. Now that she said this, he had to sigh even more. The man didn't doubt that this cat was the same one he met before the new year. He still had a good eyesight. After so many years, this was the first time he met such an evil cat. It was a few hours' drive from Chuhua City to the mountainous area. It was possible to meet this cat in the hospital when he came to Chuhua City. It was also possible to meet this cat when he went out at night to get high. Now, it was even possible to meet this cat when he came out to find a target to talk to. What should he say? What fate? The fate of cat poop. Look. The cat just squatted there, not barking or eating. It just looked at you, as if it was mocking you. Its eyes seemed to be saying, lie, why don't you King continue lying? How could this not be depressing? Hey, Xiao Gao, where were we just now? The old lady finally turned the topic back. Zheng Tan looked at little Gao. He remembered that the fake ID in Walnut's hands didn't have the surname Gao. Xiao Gao obviously also noticed the way the cat on the sofa 2 steps away was looking at him. Although the atmosphere and mood had changed, Xiao Gao was quite skillful. It was as if he had not experienced the black cat's disdainful look just now. With a perfect smile, he maintained the same expression and tone as before and said, "You were just about to tell me your story." In this day and age, who wasn't thick-skinned and tough enough to deal with all kinds of unexpected situations? "Oh, yes, here we are." The old lady smoothed out the wrinkles on her clothes, took a deep breath, and seemed to be reminiscing. Xiao Gao gently put down the teacup, as if he was afraid to disturb the old lady's memories. He calmed down and prepared to listen to the old lady's story to confirm if this was the person he was looking for. This was his third suspect, and also the most likely one. If he could confirm it, this task could be completed smoothly. Just as the two of them began to build up their emotions again, ding 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 ding, the sound of the spoon stirring was heard, pulling the old lady's thoughts back from her memories. She looked up and saw that the black cat was standing up. One of its front paws was supporting itself on the armrest of the sofa, while the other paw was fiddling with the porcelain spoon in the bowl of fish soup on the small tea table next to it. The old lady didn't blame Zheng Tan. Instead, she smiled kindly and raised her hand to pat Zheng Tan's head. Zheng Tan dodged, but he didn't fiddle with the spoon again. He seemed to be very well behaved as he sat on the sofa. When the old lady started to talk about the past with Xiao Gao, Zheng Tan's side started to rumble again. Zheng Tan guessed that this person was probably trying to get some information from the old lady. Zheng Tan had a good impression of this old lady. On the contrary, when he saw this pretentious young man wearing a thick mask in front of him, Zheng Tan couldn't help but want to make things difficult for him. Obviously, Zheng Tan had succeeded in making things difficult for him. Even if Xiao Gao still maintained a nearly perfect expression on his face, he actually wanted to hold his chest and vomit blood. Many times, opportunities didn't come so easily. They couldn't appear abrupt, and they couldn't make people wary. If they missed one, they would have to wait for who knows how long before they could find the next good opportunity. For Xiao Gao, this task, in his opinion, had progressed to this point without any difficulty. It was easy to get information, but he didn't expect that after the appearance of this cat, things wouldn't go so smoothly. F***ck, he was against the black cat, wasn't he? No wonder he always heard people say that encountering a black cat was unlucky. Xiao Gao now had a deep understanding. After encountering the black cat that night, he left the night building, and on the way, his car tire burst once. He was really unlucky. After being interrupted by Zheng Tan several times, the old lady lost interest in continuing to recall, but she didn't have any dissatisfaction with Zheng Tan. She only said to Xiao Gao, "Young man, you have to seize the opportunity. I missed it when I was young. Even if I regret it now, it won't help." Xiao Gao's eyes flashed slightly, but he didn't continue to ask too much. So much time had passed, so he politely said goodbye to the old lady. When he left, he seemed to inadvertently glance at the black cat on the sofa. Zheng Tan stared back at him, but intuition told him that this guy was actually full of tricks, and was probably thinking about how to fight back in the future. After Xiao Gao left, the old lady took Zheng Tan to the backyard to see the flowers she planted. She also asked Zheng Tan to come and accompany her when he had time. The old lady actually didn't expect the cat in front of her to understand anything. She just sometimes wanted to find a suitable person to talk to, especially when she was recalling some things in the past. The old lady sat on the rattan chair in the backyard and sighed. It's been almost 60 years. Zheng Tan didn't quite understand why the old lady sighed, but after thinking about it, he guessed that it had something to do with the purpose of Xiao Gao coming over. Unfortunately, the old lady didn't want to talk about it now. It's okay. When he had the mood to come here for a walk in the future, he could come here to eat and drink. He would probably be able to hear the old lady reminiscing about the past. On the other side, Xiao Gao left the old lady's villa and drove along the lake, preparing to leave the residential area from this road. At this time, his cell phone rang. Xiao Gao stopped the car by the side, looked at the golden turtle on the screen, and answered the phone. "Hello, Liuba, are you busy now? There's an order that I can't accept." "I want to see if you're interested," the person on the other side said. "Tell me about it." The Xiao Gao the old lady was talking about and the Liuba, the person on the other side of the phone said. His tone was not as humble as when he was talking to the old lady just now. At this moment, he sounded more casual, as if there were not many things that he cared about. After hearing a few words from the person on the other side of the phone, Liuba interrupted, "The money is too little, and it's too boring. I won't accept it." "Well, I also guessed that you would reject it." "I'll find someone else," the golden turtle said. In fact, when he decided to make the call, he thought that Liuba probably wouldn't be interested in this order. The reward for this order was a big order for others, but for Liuba, it was not even comparable to the small orders he did 5 years ago. Liuba was a well-known person in the circle of private detectives. It was said that when he was still a child, he began to help people catch mistresses, find evidence, and make money. Now, he could be said to be very experienced and had a strong understanding. The success rate of taking orders was quite high, and he kept his mouth shut. Similarly, the reward was also high. Even if the reward was sometimes ridiculously high, there was still an endless stream of people looking for him. In China, there were actually laws and regulations that explicitly prohibited the existence of private detectives. Therefore, until now, this industry could not be openly registered. However, in the social reality, there was a need for private detectives to develop, and it was easy for them to take advantage of loopholes. These days, there were more and more people who relied on this industry to make a living. However, every industry was divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. In this special circle, Liuba was a legendary person. There were too many legends and rumors about him, but it was limited to this small circle, and outsiders did not know much about him. From the beginning of small order to now only taking on some big orders, Liuba could be said to be standing at the top of the pyramid in this circle. As for Golden Turtle, it was also a code name, but in terms of fame, it was far less famous than Liuba. Golden Turtle was now doing nothing in a marriage consulting firm, and he secretly took on some jobs such as investigating mistresses and obtaining divorce evidence. These jobs were easy to do, and he could earn money quickly. Generally, he would not cause any big trouble. Sometimes, when he met some rich people, he would also make a lot of money. Of course, Golden Turtle knew that what they were doing now was just the leftovers of Liuba. Speaking of which, Liuba could be considered Golden Turtle's half-master, but in terms of age, Golden Turtle was actually 10 years older than Liuba. What's wrong? Are you in trouble? Could it be that some ignorant person offended you again? Golden Turtle could tell from the other party's words that this person was not in a good mood. Liuba sneered, "You speak as if I'm a scourge. Let me think. The last person who offended you suddenly fainted when he was having sex with his wife. The guy who offended you suddenly coughed up blood during an interview, causing the public to speculate about him. The guy who offended you suddenly coughed up blood during an interview, causing the public to speculate about him. The guy who offended you before that suddenly broke his arm when he was dancing. I don't know if he's out of the hospital now. Sigh, this is only what I know. I believe and deeply believe that these people are only a small part of you. There are still a lot of people I don't know about. So, I'm curious. Which unlucky person offended you this time?" Liuba chewed gum and blew a bubble. When the bubble burst, she slowly said, "A cat." "What?" "I said, the one who caused me trouble this time was a cat." Chapter 233. Although the man and the cat hated each other, Liuba usually wouldn't care about anything else before she completed the task at hand. Even if she had a personal grudge against someone or didn't like them, she wouldn't immediately seek revenge. The task at hand was more important. Therefore, Zheng Tan's life was still peaceful for a period of time. Sometimes, he would wander around the residential area by the lake. If he went there in the afternoon, he could have afternoon tea and temporarily fill his stomach. What Zheng Tan wanted to do was listen to the old lady's complaints. The old lady's son would often visit her. Even if he could not make it, he would call to ask about her. The family hired a nanny to take care of the old lady. For the old lady, other than going out for a walk, eating, drinking, and sleeping at home, she was very bored. She could not go on long trips because her body had not fully recovered. Therefore, Zheng Tan became a good listener. From the old lady's words, Zheng Tan knew that Xiao Gao had come twice, but Zheng Tan did not meet him. When Zheng Tan heard the old lady say that she had a pleasant conversation with Xiao Gao, she knew that the old lady must have been tricked into revealing something. Usually, when they had a pleasant conversation, they would not be too vigilant or defensive. Thinking about the thick-skinned Xiao Gao with his superb acting skills, and then looking at the old lady, it was easy to imagine what kind of pleasant conversation would be like without Zheng Tan's interference. Xiao Gao was probably overjoyed. However, Xiao Gao did not appear again in recent days. Without Xiao Gao to chat with the old lady, Zheng Tan would occasionally hear the old lady's sighs when he came over, as well as the things that she had hidden deep in her memory because of Xiao Gao. The old lady said that when she was young, she had a relationship and almost had a positive outcome. Unfortunately, due to some reasons, they separated. Although they still communicated through letters for a few years, another accident happened. Since then, the old lady moved to Chuhua City, and there was no news of the other party. Zheng Tan felt that the old lady must be quite lonely now. Although her son had always been concerned about her, because he was too busy with work, the old lady didn't let him come over often. She also asked her daughter-in-law to take care of him more. She only needed to hire a nanny. As for her grandson, he had been sent to study abroad and was rarely seen all year round. Occasionally, he would make an overseas call. Zheng Tan had heard from the old men and women in the courtyard that people nowadays like to send their parents to the old folks' home to save time. However, these old men and women would rather die of old age than go to the old folks' home. Zheng Tan didn't know what a nursing home was like, but he often heard from the people in the compound that many elderly people hated that place. It was not as good as the news said. Some old people could only sit in front of the window every day, silently looking out. Perhaps they hoped that their relatives would visit them often, but most of the time, they were disappointed. There were also some old people whose memory deteriorated as they grew older. After staying in the nursing home for a long time, they didn't even recognize their relatives. If they stayed longer, they might forget their biological children. For example, the old lady's family. Her son was a well-known entrepreneur in Chuhua City and was filial enough. Although he couldn't come over often, he couldn't wait to hire 8 or 10 nannies for the old lady. In front of her son and daughter-in-law, the old lady would definitely be good, but in her heart, she was actually quite lonely. After all, nannies were not family. Little black cat, do you think I should get a pet like a cat or a dog? But at my age, I don't know how long I have left to live. What if I can't take care of them when the time comes? The old lady looked at Zheng Tan and said. Zheng Tan avoided the old lady's hand that reached out to touch the cat's head. He thought to himself, how am I small? In fact, Zheng Tan had seen many people in the same situation as this old lady. In the courtyard, there were many old people whose spouses had passed away early, and their children were not by their side. For example, Depang's old lady. However, although Depang's old lady lived in a smaller place than here, and the living conditions were not as good as here, the old lady lived quite comfortably. At home, she had Depang to accompany her, and outside, there were many old men and women in the courtyard to chat, sing and joke. Compared to the old lady in front of him, she was much better. It was no wonder that Depang's old lady was only willing to stay in the courtyard and not agree to her son moving out. Today, Zheng Tan took a stroll to the residential area again. When he got in through the iron fence and was about to visit the old lady and listen to her nagging, he found that the house was very lively today. There were a few cars parked outside the house, and they were all high-end cars worth millions. Looking at the license plates, 2 of them were not local, but Nanjing license plates. There were a few people sitting in the house. Zheng Tan only knew the old lady, her son, and her daughter-in-law. He did not know the others. The old lady's daughter-in-law, the middle-aged woman who had always found Zheng Tan an eyesore, was smiling brightly at this moment. Her entire being exuded a rare sense of closeness. The 2 middle-aged men also had smiles on their faces. They were talking, but their voices were not loud and they were not noisy. But, where was the old lady? Zheng Tan poked his head out of the door to look inside. The old lady's son saw this and asked Zheng Tan to go in. The middle-aged woman's eyes flashed with displeasure. She felt that it was not good to let such a black cat in when there were important guests, but she did not want to disrespect her husband. Zheng Tan thought about it, and walked in under everyone's gaze. He looked around, but did not see the old lady. "Is this your cat?" the unfamiliar middle-aged man asked. "No, I don't know which family it is from, but my mother said that she and this cat are fated. When we were in the hospital." The old lady's son briefly explained the matter, which surprised the 2 people. Although it doesn't look like a famous cat, it doesn't look like a stray cat either. It is so strong, and it is not afraid of people. It looks like it is quite intelligent. The stranger laughed. Zheng Tan listened to the 2 people and was not in a hurry to find the old lady. He saw that there was a closed room on the first floor. That was where the old lady usually took her lunch break. She was probably in there now. From these people's conversation, Zheng Tan also got a piece of information. Other than the old lady, there was a little old man in the room. Zheng Tan's gossipy heart was suddenly ignited. 2 days ago, he was still listening to the old lady sigh about the past, and now there was an old man. This was the rhythm of the old lady finding a partner. However, the more he listened to these people's conversation, the more Zheng Tan felt that something was wrong. It turned out that this old man was the one that the old lady had been sighing about some time ago. He heard that these 2 old people were engaged when they were young, but then they went their separate ways. It had been almost 60 years since they separated. According to the conversation in the living room, these 2 old people, who were still single, wanted to get back together again. In fact, what surprised Zheng Tan the most was not that these 2 old people had gotten back together after 60 years, but what the unfamiliar middle-aged man said when he talked about Xiao Gao. The middle-aged man said that Xiao Gao was a department manager in his company. Some time ago, he was in contact with the old lady's son. Now, he was transferred to another place, so he was no longer in charge of some business in Chuhua City. Soon, there would be new people coming to contact them. Hearing the other party say this, the old lady's son did not ask any more questions. He even praised Xiao Gao as a very good and capable young man. Zheng Tan carefully observed the unfamiliar middle-aged man. The other party did not have any intention to talk about Xiao Gao. After a while, he chuckled and left. Zheng Tan thought about some of the things that had happened before. After listening to the conversation, he guessed that the unfamiliar middle-aged man wanted to find someone because of his father, so he contacted Xiao Gao. As for how Xiao Gao made a deal with the other party, how he got the title of department manager, and how he found out, Zheng Tan did not know. He did not need to find out. He also did not believe that the 2 old people getting back together, that the unfamiliar middle-aged man said was a coincidence. He only needed to look at the results now. In any case, whether or not the 2 old people getting back together was planned by the other party, now that the 2 old people had gotten back together, it was a good thing for both old people. The business cooperation between these 2 successful people would probably take a step forward. No matter how you looked at it, it was a good thing. Zheng Tan did not stay for long and left. He guessed that the two old people who had reunited after almost 60 years would definitely have a lot to talk about. To Zheng Tan, the old lady's family was just a passerby in his life. He did not need to spend too much time and energy on them, even if they were rich and had extraordinary identities. What really mattered was the Jiao family. At night, the three Jiao family members and a cat were sitting on the sofa watching a martial arts drama on TV. Zheng Tan was sleepy and kept yawning. Suddenly, he heard little Pomelo beside him say, "There's something wrong with the sound in the drama." Zheng Tan looked at the scene on TV and pricked up his ears to listen. The scene on TV was of the main character in a deep mountain. The background sound was the sound of birds chirping. There were also a few scenes that were dedicated to the birds. Zheng Tan looked at it carefully a few times and did not feel that there was anything wrong with the sound of the birds. Jiao Yuan thought for a while and said, "You are saying that the bird in the drama should be a big cuckoo, but the TV is playing the sound of 4 cuckoo?" "Yes." Little Pomelo nodded. "Hey, you can even see that. You are so observant. I didn't notice it just now." Jiao Yuan patted his thigh excitedly and ran to the master bedroom. He pulled out a book from his father's bookshelf and flipped through it. Then, he started to discuss with little Pomelo about the differences between the different species of cuckoos in the rhododendron genus and which species was the cuckoo bird. Jiao Ma did not know much about this, but she did not object to the children's behavior. Sometimes, it was good to be serious about something. It was good to watch TV and find bugs occasionally. At least, they could learn more from it. As for Zheng Tan, he had seen this kind of bird in school and heard it call out. It was the kind that sang 4 times, which was what little Pomelo said. Zheng Tan was thinking about the cuckoo birds that always jumped around the courtyard tomorrow when he heard Jiao Yuan read, "The cuckoo bird and the swallow are both symbols of male virginity." In ancient times, the villagers sacrificed them during the spring festival to pray for fertility. Before Jiao Yuan could finish reading, Jiao Ma slapped the book out of Jiao Yuan's hand and put it on the highest shelf. "Watch TV. If you don't want to watch it, take a shower and go to bed." Hearing Jiao Ma's words, Jiao Yuan pursed his lips and went to sit in the living room. Little Pomelo did not say much. She did not really understand what Jiao Yuan was reading, but seeing Jiao Ma's helpless face, she did not ask Jiao Yuan. Zheng Tan tugged at her ears. It was not easy for a child to be so serious. The next day, Zheng Tan didn't go to the residential area by the lake today. She didn't want to disturb the old lady's reunion, so she started to wander around looking for the cuckoos that the 2 children had mentioned last night. She didn't expect to see those birds that she usually saw today, but she couldn't find a single one today. Zheng Tan wanted to change his path and continue his search. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and looked diagonally ahead. There was a person standing about 10 meters away. Yesterday, he heard that this person was transferred to another place. Today, he saw him here. Chapter 234. At this moment, Xiao Gao was looking at Zheng Tan and walking towards him. As soon as Zheng Tan saw the malicious light in this guy's eyes, he knew that he was going to take revenge. It must be because of what he did to him a few days ago. However, Zheng Tan didn't immediately run away. He wanted to see what this person was going to do. He didn't feel that it was too dangerous, but he was curious about how this person was going to take revenge. As Xiao Gao walked towards Zheng Tan, his hand reached out to the sports bag he was carrying. The bag was bulging and stuffed with things. Moreover, looking at the bag's tight strap, it was probably quite heavy. He didn't know what it was. What was in it? Zheng Tan stared at the other party. Xiao Gao didn't seem to have any intention of taking things out of the bag immediately. He was probably waiting for the best opportunity. Looking at the person getting closer and closer, Zheng Tan retracted his foot and assumed a posture ready to slip away at any time. As long as he felt something was wrong, he would run. When Xiao Gao suddenly took out the things in the bag, Zheng Tan turned around and ran to the side. The place he chose was mainly a small forest with more trees. While running, Zheng Tan kept cursing Xiao Gao in his heart. F***ck, this guy actually bought a squirt gun. Wasn't this thing for children to play with? Yes, Xiao Gao was holding a squirt gun that looked like a toy. Unlike other toys, he had modified this squirt gun. The distance and accuracy of the squirt gun were much higher than those of ordinary toy guns. Zheng Tan heard the sound of water hitting the leaves of a nearby plant. He quickly changed his direction, but he was still shot a few times. The water this person sprayed had a lemon-like smell. Zheng Tan didn't think too much about this smell. He just didn't know what the other party meant by spraying water with a lemon-like smell. If it was just ordinary lemonade, he wouldn't be afraid at all. This little bit of attack power was nothing to Zheng Tan. Anyway, he just needed to go back and take a shower. The people behind him saw the cat running further and further away, but they did not give up. Zheng Tan heard the footsteps behind him. There weren't many people walking around. Even if someone saw this scene, they might not know what was going on. They wouldn't stand up and meddle in other people's business before figuring out what was going on. However, Zheng Tan wasn't in a hurry. After all, this was Tsinghua University. This was Zheng Tan's territory. He had been here for nearly 3 years, so he was naturally very familiar with this place. He even knew what time, who, where, and what they were doing. From the moment Zheng Tan bumped into Xiao Gao and noticed this person's malicious gaze, he already had an escape route in mind. Xiao Gao slowed down after chasing him for a while. He opened the cloth bag, and there was a mineral water bottle inside. It was filled with water that he had specially prepared. There was no more water in the water gun. Xiao Gao quickly opened the bottle cap, filled the water gun with water, and continued to chase. He knew which direction the cat ran in, and even if he lost it now, he could meet it again when he blocked the cat's home. Xiao Gao passed through a small grassland, turned a corner, and saw the black cat again. But what made the corner of Xiao Gao's eyes twitch was that there was not only a black cat there, but also an adult bulldog. Although the bulldog looked very funny, and there was a black patch where its eyes were, as if it had been beaten by someone, Xiao Gao could not bring himself to laugh. At this moment, the bulldog was staring at him, its crooked triangular eyes flashing with excitement and fierceness. This cat was cunning, but the scene in front of him somewhat subverted Xiao Gao's impression of cats and dogs being at odds. Generally speaking, if cats and dogs got along well, the temperament of one side, especially the temperament of the dog, should be more gentle. However, this cat and this bulldog were not gentle at all. Why did it seem like they were on the same side? Of course, Xiao Gao could tell the difference between a dog that bit and a dog that didn't. The bulldog in front of him would definitely bite fiercely. Zheng Tan stood behind Niu Zhuangzhuang, and let Niu Zhuangzhuang, who was several times bigger than him, stand in front of him to block the gun. He looked at Xiao Gao proudly with his tail hooked. Niu Zhuangzhuang's owner would come here every day at this time when he had nothing to do. This was the back door area of the Faculty Activity Center. It was said that some time ago, a piece of equipment was stolen in broad daylight, so Niu Zhuangzhuang was brought here by its owner to prevent theft. They were not at the main entrance, but at the back door area where there were few people. Anyway, there were people guarding the main entrance, and there were many shady places at the back door. There was a large grassland, which was enough for Niu Zhuangzhuang to dig a hole for fun. Although Xiao Gao saw that the bull terrier was chained, he didn't want to provoke the dog. Even if the dog couldn't bite him, it would definitely attract a lot of people if it barked. Besides, he always felt that the dog chain wasn't very reliable. "You come out." Xiao Gao whispered behind the dog. Zheng Tan stood behind Niu Zhuangzhuang, and raised his chin at Xiao Gao. "I won't go out, what can you do to me?" Xiao Gao stood there and waited for a while until the phone in his pocket rang. He glanced at the cat, turned around, and left in another direction. He picked up the phone and began to talk. Seeing that Xiao Gao was far away, Zheng Tan pushed Niu Zhuangzhuang, who was wagging its tail and rubbing against him, to the side. He stood up and patted its head, thinking about when he would drag some bones to reward this guy. Looking in the direction Xiao Gao left, Zheng Tan lifted his feet and walked in that direction. He didn't walk far before he heard Xiao Gao answering the phone. That person was sitting in the woods next to the plastic basketball court, facing the basketball court. Usually, Zheng Tan would hang around here. There was a sports field not far from the basketball court. He often sat in the woods behind the stands, thinking about his cat life. Xiao Gao looked back and didn't pay attention to Zheng Tan anymore, but continued to talk on the phone. "What are you doing? Are you free now?" Golden Tortoise asked. "Nothing, I'm taking revenge on the cat." "By the way, didn't you say last time that cats hate the smell of lemons?" "It didn't work. My cat really hated lemons. After I wiped the sofa with lemons, my cat never scratched it again. Every time it saw me take a lemon, it would avoid it. But since you said lemons don't work, you can try the essential balm next time. My neighbor also has a cat, and his cat hates essential balm. If I have that much time, I might as well take on a big job." Golden Tortoise laughed. "Actually, I don't understand. Why are you arguing with a cat? It's just a cat." Because they had a good relationship, Golden Tortoise often spoke casually. "Okay, let's not talk about this. Tell me why you're calling." "Okay, there's a big job that I can't take on. I'm just helping someone to contact you. They've heard of your name, Lu Ba, and they want you to take over. The price is negotiable." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Xiao Gao, who was Lu Ba by Golden Tortoise, put the phone back into his pocket and sneered. He wasn't laughing at others, he was laughing at himself. There was no need for that. Time was money. If he had the time, he might as well earn money or sleep with a girl. Why would he come here to spray a cat with a squirt gun? He felt childish just thinking about it. He felt that his IQ was lowered when he met a cat. But Lu Ba looked at the black cat hiding behind a tree and looking at him. He felt helpless. This cat was different from ordinary cats. He had seen all kinds of people and pets in the outside world, but there were very few like this black cat. To put it nicely, it was spiritual. To put it bluntly, it was evil. Whether it was a human or a spiritual animal, it wasn't easy for them to come to this world. Generally, unless it was a matter of life and death, Lu Ba wouldn't kill someone directly. He liked to do all kinds of interesting jobs to make money, but he always had a limit. He knew that if he exceeded this limit, he might not be able to live as leisurely as he wanted. Forget it. The squirt gun had been sprayed and the cat had been shot a few times. Just take it as revenge. There was no need to be so calculative with a cat. He lit a cigarette, but didn't take a few puffs. He held it between his fingers and looked at the basketball court in silence. Zheng Tan couldn't see his expression at this moment, but he felt that this person suddenly became deep and had a sense of vicissitudes. Was he pretending again? When the cigarette in his hand was almost burnt out, Xiao Gao flicked the cigarette butt into the trash can a few meters away. He stood up, stretched his arms, and took a deep breath. He looked at the sweaty young students on the basketball court and sighed, "My youth." He paused and thought of something. He changed his tune and sang, "Birds Don't Come Back." As soon as he finished singing, Zheng Tan saw a blue shadow fly across the sky and stop on a tall sycamore tree branch beside the basketball court. Lu Ba obviously saw it too. He raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that someone would raise such a rare animal in this place. Moreover, he was confident enough to let the bird run out on its own. Even if there was a positioning ring, it wouldn't be safe, right? Unless the other party was confident. Lu Ba, who was about to leave, sat down again and looked at the bird on the tree with interest. There were many people on the basketball court. Obviously, there was a competition. It wasn't a formal competition, but a friendly competition between different schools and classes. What was interesting was that the two teams in the competition were the School of Liberal Arts, which had more females than males, and the School of Computer Science, which had more males than females. One could see the difference just by looking at the cheerleaders on both sides. Looking at the pretentious guys on one side and the pretentious girls on the other side, as well as the active players on the basketball court, this competition was very meaningful. In a friendly competition, friendship really came first. The score wasn't too big. The School of Computer Science was in the lead at around 7 or 8 points. When the School of Computer Science grabbed a rebound and was about to attack, the cheerleaders on the School of Computer Science were excited. One of them shouted, "Boys of the School of Computer Science." Originally, the people on the School of Computer Science would shout in unison, "Crush the School of Liberal Arts." But before they could say anything, a voice suddenly came from above. "Come out to receive your guests." Pft! Lu Ba, who had just opened a new bottle of mineral water because he was thirsty, spat out the water in his mouth. On the other side of the basketball court, the School of Computer Science's power forward, who was about to make a cool hook shot, stumbled. His hand slipped, and the ball directly hit the head of a teacher from the School of Engineering who had come over as a guest referee. Chapter 235. After howling for a while, the bird probably knew that its words were displeasing. Before the people at the basketball court could kick up a fuss, the bird hurriedly flew away again. Zheng Tan followed the bird's flight path and saw a family car parked on a road not far from here. Zheng Tan recognized the car. It belonged to General's owner. No wonder the bird flew here. Its owner probably came here to look for someone and took it out for a walk. During this period of time, the bird was more restricted. It used to be let out to play for 2 days a week, but now it rarely came out once a week. The reason was that the bird bullied the magpies in the school. It almost caused public outrage among magpie fans. There were a few times when it quarreled with people. The ugly magpie that General called a magpie was a symbol of good luck in the eyes of others. Moreover, magpies were not considered ugly. They were considered good-looking among the birds in the school. In order to not attract more hatred, General's owner directly put it in confinement. In fact, before it bullied the magpies, it had a history. Compared to magpies, General hated cuckoos more. It always called cuckoos parasites because cuckoos laid their eggs in other birds' nests and removed the original eggs from the nest. Once, General happened to catch a cuckoo that was committing a crime when it went out to play. Thus, it began to chase it away. During this period of time, no cuckoos were seen in the courtyard. This was General's contribution. After the magpie incident, some people finally couldn't help but form a group to complain. However, when General was locked up, the other birds in the surrounding area felt good. The ones who suffered were the few families who lived in the surrounding area. For people like Zheng Tan who had good ears, it was difficult to ignore the bird's voice. Every day, General faced the barbed wire on the balcony and lowered its head to sing, "The moon bends over the 9 provinces." Its claws scratched the barbed wire rhythmically. Can you imagine the feeling of wanting to shout F***ck every morning when you go out to face the morning sun, ready to start a day of study, work, and life, or to stretch your paws and prepare to take a stroll, when you hear those sad songs like, "Hey, hey, hey, so unfair, when will it disappear the hatred in my heart," in a trembling tone? Can you imagine the feeling of wanting to shout F***ck in your heart when you go out to face the morning sun every morning, ready to start a day of study, work, and life, or to move your paws and prepare to take a stroll, when you hear those sad songs like, "Hey, hey, hey, so unfair, when will it disappear the hatred in my heart?" Even some of the more sensitive people might think of some unfair treatment at work, and their mood for the day would probably plummet. Now, this fellow had finally come out and started to take revenge on society. Seeing what it had shouted just now, the people from the Academy of Economics and Technology would probably be used as a joke for a long time, especially during the competition. Even with his eyes closed, Zheng Tan could imagine the moment the opposing team shouted, "Come out and receive the guests," during the game, and the scene of all the players of the Academy of Economics and Economics slipping under their feet. Looking at the bird that flew towards the car parked by the roadside, Lu Ba turned around and looked at the black cat that was squatting behind a tree. "You know that bird, right? Are you good friends?" Lu Ba felt that intelligent animals must have a lot of communication with each other. Judging from the way the cat interacted with the bulldog, it probably had a good relationship with the bird. Zheng Tan's eyes were filled with disdain when he heard this. Was he on good terms with the bird that sought revenge on society? Lu Ba didn't ask about General anymore. He didn't want to kidnap a rare parrot, and he would never do such a thing. Staring at the black cat not far away for a while, Lu Ba smiled. "How did your father teach you?" Parrots had relatively long lifespans, and the longer they lived with humans, the more skills they learned. Therefore, in terms of quantity, there were relatively more intelligent parrots. However, cats were different. They didn't have long lifespans, and they were eccentric and difficult to tame. Although there were many of them, the proportion of cats that could be considered intelligent was definitely not high, and a cat like the one in front of him was even rarer. Therefore, Lu Ba was curious. Zheng Tan looked at him. Since he had already found this place, he should have some understanding of him. The father that Lu Ba mentioned was probably the Jiao Pa. Unfortunately, the development of this behavior basically had nothing to do with the Jiao Pa. Lu Ba didn't expect to get an answer from a cat, so he just sighed with emotion. After stretching, Lu Ba took out a business card from his pocket. It was a very simple business card with simple information printed on the white paper. Other than that, there weren't any fancy decorations, and it looked very cheap. Lu Ba put the business card where he was sitting and looked at the black cat not far away. Marriage, divorce, mistresses, looking for people to beat people up, making fake certificates and false accounts, business espionage, private consulting, and so on. Other than murder, arson, and some other things that are beyond my ability, everything is negotiable as long as you can afford it. My credibility is guaranteed, and I will keep the privacy of my clients absolutely confidential. Of course, we only accept high-class orders. Don't bother me with small orders. It's a waste of time. After saying that, Lu Ba put down the business card, turned around, and left. He didn't expect the cat to understand much of what he said. He said all this and put the business card here purely on a whim. There were all kinds of business cards and flyers thrown into the trash can on campus. In many people's eyes, such an inconspicuous business card would be thrown away, so Lu Ba didn't have much hope that this business card would be used. After making sure that Lu Ba had left, Zheng Tan walked over and looked at the business card that was put there. From a professional point of view, this business card was really unqualified. If the teachers with obsessive-compulsive disorder saw it, they would definitely criticize it. There wasn't much introduction on the business card. There were only two things. One was the number 68 in the middle, which was probably a code name. The second was the email address below the number. Other than that, there was no other information. Just by looking at this business card, Zheng Tan couldn't imagine what the person had said before he left to introduce his business. After staring at the business card for a while, Zheng Tan hesitated for a while. Then, he stretched his neck and sniffed it. He didn't smell anything strange, and the business card wasn't dirty. After thinking for a while, Zheng Tan opened his mouth and bit the corner of the business card, then ran home. After returning home, Zheng Tan put the business card in the hidden drawer of his cat tree. That drawer was specially used for storing business cards. Zheng Tan didn't know if he would need this business card in the future, but it wouldn't take much effort to keep it, so he just put it there for now. After Lu Ba left, Zheng Tan didn't see him in the next few days when he wandered around the campus. When he was free, Zheng Tan would go to the affiliated hospital and visit the old lady in the residential area by the lake. Now the old lady was living a good life. With someone accompanying her, she wasn't lonely, and she was smiling a lot more. The old man who was said to be the old lady's lover more than 50 years ago didn't seem like an evil person, but Zheng Tan felt that this person wasn't a harmless and kind person either. Since he was able to build such a big business, he definitely wasn't a simple-minded person. However, this person was really nice to the old lady, and that was enough. Perhaps because he loved the old lady, the old man didn't care about other people, but he was nice to Zheng Tan. After all, the old lady's attitude was there. Today, when he saw Zheng Tan, the old man came out with food with a smile. When Zheng Tan listened to their conversation, he knew that the old man wanted to take the old lady to the south. It was warm there, and there were many connections and connections. The medical treatment there was not inferior to here. If there was anything wrong with the old lady, it would be more convenient for her to receive treatment, and they could also hold a wedding or something. However, the old lady didn't agree. When Zheng Tan went home after wandering around outside, he found that Xiaoguo had come. Today was Saturday. Although it wasn't a working day, Xiaoguo should be busy. Zhang Ziyan didn't expect him to have time to come here. Looking at the situation in the living room, Xiaoguo and Jiao Ma had been chatting for a while, but Zhang Ziyan didn't know what they were talking about. Jiao Ma frowned. After lying on the sofa and listening for a while, Zheng Tan found out that the Green Wings Association had been invited to participate in an event. It was said that there were several similar organizations at home and abroad participating in this event. As a newly established association, the Green Wings Association needed such an opportunity to expand its influence and gain the recognition of more similar and larger organizations. It was no wonder that Xiaoguo valued it so much. If this was successful, there was no doubt that the benefits would be great. As the ace of the obvious pet center, Zheng Tan would definitely be the first to be listed by Xiaoguo. This event didn't require them to bring many expensive varieties. Of course, they had to do a good job of keeping up appearances. Expensive varieties that looked good, such as the ones in Little Guo's shop that were responsible for acting cute, would definitely be brought along. Since there was no requirement for expensive breeds or pedigree certificates, with Zheng Tan as the ace, Xiaoguo would definitely use it. More than half of the advertisements in the store were supported by this non-expensive black cat, which had no pedigree certificate. There would probably be some programs that would require each family to bring out their trump cards to show off. Other than Zheng Tan, Xiaoguo had thought about it all night and couldn't think of a better candidate than this black cat. Although he knew that it wouldn't be easy to convince the Jiao family, Xiaoguo still decided to come and persuade the Jiao family. Thus, the scene that Zheng Tan saw when he entered the door was created. After hearing Xiaoguo's explanation, Jiao Ma's first reaction was to object. She couldn't leave, so she had to stay at home to take care of the children. She had 2 children at home, so she couldn't just leave. If her cat went somewhere far away, she would be worried too. She had raised her cat for almost 3 years, so she naturally knew her cat's temper. It didn't like cages, hated being put on a leash, was a bit casual, did whatever it wanted, had a bad temper, and was always suspicious. It was fine at home, but it would be hard to take care of outside. Once she listed all of its shortcomings, Jiao Ma couldn't stop. The more she thought about it, the more worried she became. Xiaoguo persuaded and assured her for an hour, but she still didn't give in. Jiao Ma sent an email to Jiao Pa and complained about what had happened. The next day, after reading the Jiao Pa's reply, Jiao Ma sighed heavily. "It's all because you spoiled it." Jiao Pa meant to let Zheng Tan make his own choice. Zheng Tan had analyzed the pros and cons last night. He wasn't really interested in being in the limelight, but if Green Wings, a newly established association, was still a weak chicken compared to other large organizations, Zheng Tan wouldn't be able to gain much from it. After all, his main source of income now was Xiaoguo. His cat still had to feed his family. This was the goal that Zheng Tan had set for himself. Xiaoguo was the person in charge of this event. If Green Wings lost face, Xiaoguo's store would lose face. If Xiaoguo's store lost face, Zheng Tan wouldn't benefit from it either. Moreover, Xiaoguo said that he would only be there for a week, so it wouldn't be long. Chapter 236. After getting Jiao Ma's approval, Xiaoguo was very excited. This time, he was aiming for a few awards. He wanted to get as many as he could to increase his influence. The time was set at the beginning of June. Xiaoguo had been busy preparing for the event and contacting some partners. This time, not only was there an exchange and competition between cats, but there were also related products and food displays. This was the main source of Xiaoguo's income. Now that his own brand in his store had been established, he could use this event to promote more. Therefore, this time, Xiaoguo was ambitious and ready to go all out. After spending Children's Day with little Pomelo at home, Zheng Tan began to run to the pet center. Xiaoguo had made a few mission plans, and Zheng Tan had to familiarize himself with them first. Jiao Ma also began to prepare for Zheng Tan's long trip. Even though Xiaoguo had made all kinds of promises, Jiao Ma was still worried. She worked in front of the computer for more than 3 hours and specially printed out a list to give to Charlie, who was in charge of looking after Zheng Tan. She also personally went to the pet center to talk to Charlie for more than an hour. Zheng Tan had heard so many things that Zheng Tan was tired of hearing them, but he didn't feel disgusted. This feeling of being valued was pretty good. The event location was in Linzhou City. Xiaoguo booked a bus and several accompanying cars this time. More than 80% of Xiaoguo's team members were with him. It took about 10 hours to drive from Chuhua City to Linzhou City. However, Xiaoguo had started to prepare in advance, so he didn't worry about any inconveniences during the 10 hours. There were a total of 6 cats participating in the event, 3 from Xiaoguo's store, and cats from other pet stores or clubs of the Green Wings Association. There were other participants in Chuhua City, but those cat owners didn't travel with Xiaoguo. When the time came, those cat owners would fly to Linzhou City by themselves. If they wanted to travel together, they would contact Xiaoguo. Different from the other cats in cages, Zheng Tan had a lot of freedom. He occupied a seat and slept there. Charlie sat next to him. Charlie was now a real cat nanny, and Zheng Tan's special nanny during working hours. Charlie looked at the cat sleeping peacefully next to him, and then looked at the person in front of him who had to take the cat out of the cage to comfort it because the cat he was taking care of kept crying. He sighed in his heart. The cats he took care of had different temperaments and personalities. Each cat had its own advantages, and each had its own troubles. Although the cat next to him was brave and had a strong mentality, it had too many bad habits. Charlie opened the folder in his hand and flipped through the materials inside. Among them were the precautions that Jiao Ma had given him for taking care of her black cat. In fact, Charlie had some understanding of Zheng Tan's habits even without these. After all, they had worked together for so long. But every time he looked at these precautions, Charlie felt a stomachache. Forget it. As long as there was no mess during the event, he could accept the rest. Midway, the team stopped to rest for a while, eat lunch, and go to the bathroom. Zheng Tan also asked Charlie to take him to the bathroom during mealtime. He never used cat litter, only the bathroom. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, Zheng Tan returned to the car and continued to sleep without a care in the world. Charlie sent a text message to his girlfriend. Cats nowadays are really hard to take care of. But the difference this time was that there was an extra person and a cat on the bus. This cat came from a club in Chuhua City. The owner of the cat was a woman in her 40s or 50s. She had taken her cat to sit in the car at the back. She probably felt that the car was too boring, so she came to the bus after resting. Now she was bragging about how good her cat was, how delicate it was, and how many awards it had won in the past. Zheng Tan had been sleeping well, but he was woken up by the woman's shrill voice. At this time, many people on the bus were preparing to rest, but they didn't expect that there would be an extra person. It was said that this woman's husband was also a vice president in the Green Wings Association, but he didn't have as much authority as Xiaoguo. But the people on the bus still had to give her some face. Even if they were annoyed, they didn't show it on their faces. Zheng Tan couldn't stand it. This woman was too noisy, and he was annoyed just listening to her. He got up and looked over there. The cat in the woman's arms was a foreign shorthair cat. It looked really cute and well-behaved, but its owner was too noisy. Maybe it noticed Zheng Tan's unkind gaze, but the cat glanced at Zheng Tan, and then shrank into its owner's arms. The woman, who was showing off her cat and almost criticized the other cats as worthless, felt a strange movement in her arms. She quickly stroked the cat's fur and comforted it. As she comforted it, she called out, "My darling, my little sweetheart," which gave Zheng Tan goosebumps. The woman followed her cat's gaze and looked in Zheng Tan's direction. Her heart trembled. It wasn't that she was timid, but she felt a chill down her spine when she suddenly met the black cat's cold eyes. She didn't like all black cats because they looked too ferocious. Previously, she didn't even notice that Xiaoguo had a black cat with her. In her eyes, there was only her own cat. Now that she knew, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. The cat in her arms also curled up in fear. The woman and the cat suddenly fell silent. The people on the bus looked at Zheng Tan, and then looked at the woman and the cat. They were happy. Although this black cat had a bad temper, sometimes it was quite useful. No wonder their boss always liked to take this cat out. When the motorcade stopped at a gas station to refuel, the woman got out of the bus with the foreign shorthair cat in her arms and went to another car. When she got out of the bus, she complained that Xiaoguo had brought such a cat and that it was embarrassing. After being glared at by Xiaoguo, she turned around and got into another car. Around 8:00 that night, the motorcade arrived at a hotel in Lin City. This was a place that had been booked in advance, and the pets could be settled there. Zheng Tan was still a special case. He was directly taken in and had a bed to himself. In the evening, Jiao Ma called Charlie to find out about Zheng Tan's situation. They rested in the hotel for a day. The event would start the day after tomorrow, which was this Saturday, and it would last for 2 days. From 9 to 10:00 on Saturday morning, the exhibitors had to be checked by the veterinarian before the event began. Although this was only an exchange event with unlimited cat breeds, there was also a cat public exhibition program, which was divided into 4 groups: kitten group, adult cat group, sterilized cat group, and house cat group. The first 3 groups were definitely more expensive cat breeds. This event gathered rare breeds from different countries, including Persian cats, hairless cats, Garfield cats, Koenig's curly-haired cats, ragdolls, Maine cats, and other international famous cats with a total value of nearly 10 million yuan. It was enough to satisfy the audience. In addition, the activities on Saturday included a charity bazaar, some lectures on cat love, and a quiz on cat love. On Sunday, there were more interactive activities that were specially arranged. Many people hated cats, and the reason why they were not close to cats was mostly attributed to the temperament of cats. Most cats liked to scratch people. When they were happy, they would talk to you, and when they were unhappy, they would ignore you. This time, the organizers wanted to show people the other side of cats. When Zheng Tan was listening to Charlie's conversation on the bus, he knew that some specially trained cats and some very docile and cute cats were invited to the interactive activities to make the audience closer to the cats, or to have a better impression of the cats. Zheng Tan's task was on Sunday. Xiaoguo's task for Zheng Tan was parkour. This was not difficult for Zheng Tan, and this time, Zheng Tan was working with a beautiful woman with a great figure. Beautiful women were indispensable everywhere. Being able to work with a beautiful woman made Zheng Tan feel a little better. He heard that there would be lectures on pet health and medical treatment, consultations, exchanges on pet cat daily care techniques, and a series of activities for pet cats, such as free beauty treatments, epidemic prevention, and physical examinations for pet cats. The purpose was to spread the concept of a fashionable and healthy cat love life. There would definitely be a lot of people, and a lot of cats. On Saturday, Zheng Tan and the other participating cats were inspected. Here, Zheng Tan saw all kinds of cats. There were a few hairless cats. Zheng Tan stared at them for a long time. Fortunately, the temperature was still warm. If it was winter, he would have to wear clothes and stay in a heated room. There were also curly-haired cats and curly-eared cats. Zheng Tan looked at them with interest. He was used to seeing foreign short-haired cats with a flat face. Looking at these strange cats was a novelty, especially from the perspective of a cat. He didn't know if it was because of the different perspective, but the cats that he used to think were all kinds of deformed and weird now felt okay. Zheng Tan could see a lot of emotions in the eyes of these cats. Some cats that looked fierce were actually timid. Some looked powerful but were actually timid. They were scared easily. During the inspection, a cat let out a fart that scared itself. It was a silent fart. Zheng Tan wouldn't have known if she hadn't heard it from the people over there. But she still laughed for a long time after she found out. Looking at all kinds of cats, Zheng Tan thought, what would happen if peanut candy came? However, it was better not to think too much about the impossible. Peanut candy had always been left alone. Li Yuanba had personally taken care of it since it was young. It loved to cause trouble, so Xiao Guo and the others didn't dare to bring peanut candy along. If it came, it wouldn't be peaceful. It was said that the total value of the cats participating in the exhibition was close to 10 million yuan. If it accidentally scratched the champion cats, Xiao Guo would have to pay a lot of compensation. In the venue, charmingly naive Persian cats and chubby British shorthair cats stared at the people coming and going with their big watery eyes. Occasionally, they would call out to their owners who were holding them. Looking at how calm they were, it probably wasn't their first time participating in this kind of event. Chapter 237. Zheng Tan was led by Charlie, and there was a tall beauty next to him. Charlie had been blushing and stuttering. Although he already had a girlfriend, he was still nervous in the face of such a beauty. This beauty was Zheng Tan's partner in the interactive session tomorrow. Her name was Jean Ling. It was said that she was a model and also a client of the pet center. This time, she was invited by Xiao Guo to help. Zheng Tan looked at Jean Ling critically and gave her 80 points. He felt that it would be better if the skirt was shorter. Unfortunately, it couldn't be too revealing. There were many children who came here. If they were dressed too skimpily, the parents of their children would definitely complain. There had been complaints about skimpy clothes at famous cat shows before. Therefore, even if it was summer, the people working in the venue would still pay attention to their image. After getting familiar with Jean Ling, Zheng Tan left Charlie and nestled in Jean Ling's arms. Although Jean Ling didn't have much contact with Zheng Tan, she was very active. As long as Zheng Tan made a slight move, she knew where to go. She had heard that this cat was very arrogant and had a bad temper. The people in Xiao Guo's shop all followed its wishes, and she wouldn't refute the cat's wishes. It would be easier for them to cooperate with each other tomorrow. Zheng Tan was not interested in the competitions of the precious cat species. He just glanced at them and asked Jean Ling to go to the house cat group. This time, the house cat group was exhibiting a dragonly cat owned by a client of Xiao Guo's pet center. This dragonly cat was participating in a public competition for the first time and was a little anxious in the cage. Every cat that participated in the competition had to reach out and hug it, feel its bone mass, look at its muscle state, head, body, tail, and limbs, coordination, and the health of the cat, and so on. When Zheng Tan looked over there, a foreign judge was holding a cat, touching the cat's fur and evaluating the cat. The host next to him was holding a microphone and translating the judge's words to the audience. The cat was also very patient. It didn't show any impatience after being hugged and touched. It was probably used to it. Of course, these judges must know cats very well and know how to better comfort a cat. Originally, in Xiaoguo's mind, the best cat in the house cat group should be Zheng Tan. Unfortunately, the Jiao family didn't agree, and Zheng Tan didn't want to go. Not only did it have to be locked in a cage for onlookers, but most of the cats participating in that kind of competition had good tempers. The judges wouldn't have too much reaction when they held them. Zheng Tan definitely couldn't stand these. Another reason was that it was said that non-sterilized cats that won this kind of award were basically treated as breeding cats. Zheng Tan definitely didn't want to have anything to do with a female cat. There were also many people in the house cat group. Compared with the expensive cat breeds, the cats in the house cat group were more approachable. Expensive cats were only used for viewing. It wasn't easy to raise them. They were too expensive and took a lot of effort. However, people had the most contact with house cats, such as dragonly cats, which were all common cats. Zheng Tan looked around. Other than the commonly seen cats and the popular dragonly, there were also Lin Qing Persian cats that people were interested in. There were 2 Persian cats participating in the house cat group competition. One was a white Persian cat with mandarin duck eyes, and the other was a whipping hydrangea. The so-called whipping hydrangea looked similar to the white Persian cat, but its tail was black, and there was a black patch on its head. Its tail was long and could be swung to the black patch on its head, so it was called whipping hydrangea. Speaking of which, this cat reminded Zheng Tan of the cat called Longan that he had seen before. It was just that Longan's hair was short and there was no black patch on its head. At the house cat competition, one of the judges was from China. She looked young and was quite good-looking. She could be considered a beauty. This beautiful judge attracted the attention of many spectators. When she evaluated a participating house cat, she also stroked, teased, and talked to the cat. The cat also became very docile in her hands. Charlie flipped through the information in his hand and talked to Jean Ling about the beautiful judge. Hearing their words, Zheng Tan knew that the beautiful judge named Gong Qin was also a veterinary professional. She had taken her own cat to participate in more than one competition, but later she didn't have time to take care of the cat because of work. Later, she didn't raise it much. However, she was qualified as a CFA judge. Sometimes she was invited to be a judge in such activities and had contact with more cats. While Charlie and Jean Ling were talking about the beautiful referee, Zheng Tan looked around. Suddenly, her eyes paused as if she saw an acquaintance. No, it was 2 acquaintances, and Zheng Tan jumped down from Jean Ling's arms and walked over there. Jean Ling was shocked when she saw the cat jump away. She was afraid that the cat would run away, but then she saw that the black cat didn't run around, but walked to the side area. She was relieved and followed Charlie. In an area on the side, several animal charity organizations were there. Some cat owners gathered there to consult. There were rows of chairs next to them. The people who came in to watch and some cat owners who participated in the activities rested there when they were free. Fang Mengmeng was holding a pamphlet given by the animal charity organization in her hand and was looking through it. Fang Xiaokong was chatting with someone next to her. It seemed that he met an acquaintance here again and was being pulled to chat. Next to Fang Mengmeng was a cat with tricolored patches on its body. In the area around this cat, there was no other cat except for it within a radius of 5 meters. Even the cats that were brought there to rest would scream at it with their hair standing on end, pressing their ears and shouting for the cat owner to take them away. Zheng Tan calculated the time. Demi, this guy, was almost 1 year old. Sometimes, Zheng Tan was envious of the Monseigneur's good genes. It could be seen by looking at Peanut Candy and Demi. Although they were the 3rd generation, in terms of size, they were obviously bigger than other cats. Of course, there were many cats that came here to participate in the competition, especially those cat breeds that were larger in size. Coupled with their fluffy long hair, they looked very big, so Demi was not too outstanding. However, Demi's hair was not as fluffy as those long-haired cats. If the hair was removed, Demi was definitely bigger than those cats. Zheng Tan walked around the people coming and going and observed Demi, who was quietly squatting there. In Zheng Tan's heart, he had always classified himself as the same generation as Li Yuanba and the Monsignor. In this way, Peanut Candy was his nephew, and Demi was his grandnephew. Demi had inherited the aura of the Monsignor and Li Yuanba very well. It could be seen from the reactions of the surrounding cats. Moreover, when Demi pulled a long face, it directly reminded Zheng Tan of Li Yuanba. Demi was squatting there with its eyelids slightly lowered, as if it did not care about everything around it. It was not until Zheng Tan walked over that it raised its head and looked at Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan did not know if this little guy still remembered him. After all, when Demi was taken away, it was still so small. Also, if this child inherited its father's temperament, would it fight with him on the spot? Just as Zheng Tan was thinking about whether to get closer, Demi had already come up to him. It sniffed, and the initial wariness in its eyes lessened, and there was a sense of intimacy. When Fang Mengmeng's gaze moved away from the small booklet and looked at Demi, she saw Demi, who was usually cold to other cats and would even slap them if they were annoyed, tilting its head and rubbing against the black cat. Fang Mengmeng stared at Zheng Tan for a while, then suddenly shouted, "Are you black charcoal?" Fang Xiaokong, who was chatting with someone, heard her and looked over. His gaze fell on Zheng Tan. "Yo, black charcoal, why are you here?" Because his daughter said that she wanted to come to Linzhou City to participate in this event, Fang Xiaokong specially cleared his weekend to accompany his daughter on the plane. His wife did not follow, so that Fang Xiaokong could perform more and spend more time with his daughter. His daughter wanted to bring Demi over, and Fang Xiaokong had already prepared all kinds of documents. At this time, Charlie and Jean Ling also came over, and Fang Xiaokong chatted with them for a while. "There's a competition tomorrow?" "That's good, let's go support them tomorrow," Fang Xiaokong said with a look of anticipation. Fang Mengmeng nodded at the side. "Mr. Fang, is this your family's cat? Which competition did it participate in?" Charlie asked. Jean Ling was also curious. The cat in front of her felt a little different from other cats, but she couldn't tell why. Could it be a cat breed that she didn't know? "This is my daughter's cat, but it didn't participate in the competition." Fang Xiaokong didn't say too much. Since he knew that Charlie was from the pet center, he was on guard. Mao said that Demi's father was in the pet center. In the event venue, Fang Xiaokong had a special certificate. Demi didn't participate in any competitions, but was brought in for a walk. Then, Fang Mengmeng could communicate more with the cat friends and ask about raising cats. The degree of freedom was much greater than the cat owners who brought in the competition. Anyway, there were people who knew, so such a certificate was very simple. Charlie and Jean Ling wanted to take a closer look because they were curious about Demi. When they were about to reach out and touch it, Demi raised its head and glanced at them. Charlie and Jean Ling's hearts immediately trembled. This cat's eyes were so cold, and they felt that this cat was not to be trifled with. Cough, this cat must be very troublesome to raise, right? Charlie retracted his hand and said. "It's not troublesome, Demi is very obedient." When Fang Mengmeng mentioned Demi, she smiled and squinted her eyes. She reached out her tender white hand and touched Demi's head. Many cats gave people a completely different feeling when they had a straight face and when they acted cute. For example, Demi who faced Charlie and Jean Ling and Zheng Tan and Fang Mengmeng. One was cold and the other was gentle, one was difficult to get close to, and the other took the initiative to get close to. When Demi raised its head to look at people, due to the lighting in this area of the venue, Demi's pupils shrank slightly. Together with Demi's straight face that resembled Li Yuanba's, it looked much sharper. When its pupils dilated due to excitement, coupled with its coquettish actions, it let people know that this cat could also get close to people. That was even more adorable. Charlie looked at the difference between before and after and laughed dryly. He thought for a while and said, "Mr. Fang, your Demi is quite similar to the two cats in our pet center. I'm telling you, I'm definitely not lying to you. One of the cats is called Li Yuanba, and the other cat is Li Yuanba's son, called Peanut Candy. Fang Xiaokong was already thinking of leaving. The moment Charlie opened his mouth, he said the two taboo names that Mao mentioned. Anyway, his daughter had played here for a long time, so he might as well leave first. When Fang Xiaokong held Fang Mengmeng's hand and left, Demi raised its tail and did not look around. It followed closely beside Fang Xiaokong and Fang Mengmeng. It was too lazy to pay attention to the people and cats around it. Chapter 238. On Saturday, Zheng Tan familiarized himself with the general events and layout of the venue. There were many people who came over that day, especially those who liked cats but couldn't raise cats for various reasons. They were addicted to watching, and when they left, they discussed coming together tomorrow. When they returned to the hotel, Zheng Tan listened to Charlie and the others talking about the day's events. Xiao Guo went out to expand his network. The harvest of the first day of the event made Xiao Guo satisfied. He won 3 medals. It was not a good result, but it was not bad either. It was enough to keep up appearances. Xiao Guo's main focus was on cat food and peripheral products. The sales of cat food were good today, and there were a few people who contacted Xiao Guo to supply it. It was said that the cat of the woman who was with Xiao Guo's team and who was shouting on the bus in the middle of the way did not get a result that satisfied her this time. The cat almost fought with another cat that participated at the time. However, for the woman, although it was a pity that she did not win an award, she still loved her cat. This made Zheng Tan's impression of her a lot better. In fact, many cat owners who came to participate in this event, even if their cats didn't win any awards, they were only there to play a minor role. They didn't care much about the gains and losses, unlike those who mainly did commercial-oriented advertisements for breeding cats. At the venue, Zheng Tan saw several cat owners comforting each other. Some of them even comforted their cats. They did not care if their cats were depressed because they did not win an award. Perhaps they were also telling themselves that the important thing was to participate. In their hearts, their cats were always the best. Zheng Tan did not listen carefully to the discussions of others. He only knew that Xiao Guo and the others had a good harvest on the first day. He had to prepare more for tomorrow's project. In the evening, Zheng Tan and Jin Ling practiced together again. In fact, it was mainly Zheng Tan who was running. Jin Ling just had to sit there and be a qualified vase. When Xiao Guo came back at night, he was worried that Zheng Tan might be under some kind of psychological pressure. He didn't expect to find that Zheng Tan had already fallen asleep on the bed. Compared to Zheng Tan's calmness, Xiao Guo was still a little worried. Even if the cat performed well when his team was shooting advertisements, there would be too many people at the venue tomorrow. The audience, especially the children, would be screaming and yelling, which would affect the cat's mood. Today, several of the participating cats were in bad condition. Sometimes, slow cats had their advantages. Take the few cats in Xiao Guo's store for example. If you really wanted to talk about psychological quality, there was nothing much to talk about. To put it bluntly, their reactions were slow, and their temperaments were too gentle. Xiao Guo knew that Zheng Tan was different from other cats. Moreover, because of the great harvest on the first day, he hoped that more people would know about Green Wings, obviously, Pet Center, and the products in the industry chain that he had created. There should be good results, right? In the evening, Xiao Guo, who was supposed to fall asleep after drinking too much, had insomnia. He didn't fall asleep until the second half of the night. The next day, the second day of the event, Zheng Tan got up in the morning and had breakfast refreshed. He picked up Charlie's wet and warm towel and wiped his face. Then he followed Xiao Guo and the others to the venue. Before she got out of the car, Zheng Tan looked out of the car window. There were a lot of people outside the venue. There were a lot of sheds selling pet necessities, and there were also a variety of cat climbing frames on display. There was a long line at the other entrance of the venue. There were many people who brought cats here today because there were a series of activities for pet cats, such as free hairdressing, epidemic prevention, physical examination, and so on. Of course, the free activities were limited. If you wanted something more detailed, you would have to contact and make an appointment. Then you would go directly to the physical store. Today's free activities were just to show off to the cat owners. The layout of the venue was also slightly changed. There was a space in the center for the cats to perform and interact. As soon as Xiaoguo arrived at the venue, he was pulled over to discuss things. When he left, he asked Charlie and Jean Ling to take Zheng Tan to familiarize himself with the environment. Zheng Tan looked at the staff over there who were checking the cats and the person in charge who participated in this event. By the way, they were confirming whether there were any objections to the order of appearance. After all, the order of appearance was also drawn by drawing lots. No one could blame anyone, and some people who couldn't come in time because of unexpected situations would change the order. There were 10 cats participating in this segment. Zheng Tan was the 7th. If it started at 9 o'clock, according to the calculation of 15 minutes per cat, it would get to 11 o'clock. Of course, there was no absolute statement about the time of each cat. Some might end in 5 minutes, and some might last longer. The deciding factor was the cat's performance and their popularity. They could attract more attention from the audience and ask for photos. The higher the popularity, the longer the duration. Zheng Tan looked at the list in Charlie's hand, then looked away uninterestedly. At this time, some of the cat owners and cats who participated in this segment arrived one after another. Zheng Tan glanced at them. The cats looked very smart. The interaction with their owners or trainers showed how familiar they were with each other. Moreover, these cats didn't have a leash, but a few of them were wearing small clothes. They looked quite familiar. Zheng Tan also found that most of these cats were not purebred expensive cats. Also, many expensive breeds had many defects. Some people were already standing on the second floor, looking at the open space on the first floor expectantly. "BC, let's go," Charlie called out to Zheng Tan. They were going there to report and sign. The inspectors needed to look at the photos of people and cats during the registration. Because they were going to appear in public, Xiaoguo asked them to call Zheng Tan BC. The name of the contestant on the registration list was Black Sea, and the breed was a domestic cat. There were only 10 contestants, so it didn't take long to check and sign on the spot. Jean Ling took Zheng Tan and rested on the side after wandering around. It's starting, it's starting." Someone in the crowd called out to his partner. Zheng Tan glanced at the crowd that was gathering quickly. Many people were holding cameras and DV. A few fathers let their children sit on their necks, while the children held the DV and took photos. Seeing so many people paying attention to him, Zheng Tan, who had a casual attitude, felt that his performance later must not be too bad. Since he had decided to participate in the event, he had to show some ability so that those with cameras and DV would not be too disappointed. The owner of the first cat to appear had put in more effort. The clothes on the cat would not interfere with its movements, and when it appeared, it stood on a ball and rolled out. Rolling a ball looked very simple, but in fact, it was not. When Zheng Tan first tried it in the pet center, he failed several times. Later, he got used to it. "Good." Someone clapped and cheered. He didn't know if it was a trick. After that person cheered and applauded, the surrounding crowd also applauded. After the cat rolled the ball, it also jumped in circles, drilled in circles, and jumped obstacles. Although people had seen these projects in circus performances on TV, the feeling was different on the spot. At the end of the performance, the cat stood on the man's shoulder and bowed to the audience, causing another round of applause. It didn't react much to those who took photos and turned on the flash. It just narrowed its eyes. In general, it was calm. After the performance, several lucky audience members who had drawn ticket numbers went to take photos with the cat and its owner. Zheng Tan observed carefully. A few of the people in charge had already started telling the people in the crowd not to use the flashing lights. After all, not every cat was as indifferent to the flashing lights as the cat at the beginning of the show. The next few cat performances were similar. Some male audience members' attention was on the cat owners with cat ears. There was a cat group's musical performance that attracted a lot of attention. The musical instruments were different from professional instruments. Some of them were more like children's toys, but they could make sounds. Moreover, there were special modifications on them that made it easier for cats to operate. Although the cat group only played a song like "Happy Birthday to You," which was very simple, and there were a few wrong notes in the middle of the performance, people still applauded enthusiastically. The cat in front of Zhengtan performed single parallel bars. It only used its two front paws to move from one end of the bars to the other. When it played the horizontal bar, there were a few more movements. For a cat, it was very good to be able to do that. Zhengtan had thought that the performance was too simple and that people would be dissatisfied. However, it turned out that he had thought too much. People didn't have high expectations for animals. Even if the cats only jumped 2 circles and did 2 somersaults, people would still feel that it was worth it to come. 7th, Black Sea from the Green Wings Association in Chuhua City. When the host announced the name, his heart actually stopped for a second. There were very few cats with this name. Even if it was an English name, this name was too strange. Black was fine, but there was also a C. What did C mean? Could there be A, B, and so on? After the audience heard the host's name, some people became excited. F*CK, is it that BC? A live BC. I didn't expect to see a live BC performance on this trip. I used to watch its cat food advertisement video and felt good, but this is a live show. I can't shout, cut. I don't know how the performance will be. What is BC? Is it very famous? It's obvious that you don't mix in the XX pet forum. This cat is very famous in the XX forum. My cat food is the brand of this cat's advertisement. Some people were talking about who Black Sea was, and the props had already begun to be set up in the field. Looking at the props that were set up one by one, the attention of the onlookers gradually shifted. F*CK. What is that prop? Is it a wall? Those stools marked with letters are a little strange. Are they going to go in a zigzag line? Wow! What a beauty! Is this going to be a Beauty and the Beast show? Where is the beast? Amidst the discussion, Zhengtan and Jean Ling walked into the field. Jean Ling was dressed in a small and fresh style today. She looked more like a little girl next door. When she smiled, she had a sweet and warm feeling. This made some of the male audience stare at her. Zhengtan didn't bring any decorations or those small clothes. It could be said that he was naked on the field. When he entered the field, Jean Ling was the one who attracted attention. However, there were also people who paid attention to Zhengtan and knew more about cats. They could tell that the cat that was appearing now was different from the cats in front of him. Chapter 239. After Jean Ling entered the venue, she sat down on a high chair at the side. There was a simple shelf beside her, and Zhengtan separated from Jean Ling and continued to walk to the other side of the venue. Zhengtan and Jean Ling were on both sides of the venue. There was a prop wall that was more than 4 meters tall near Jean Ling. The wall was at a right angle of 90 degrees. It stood upright, separating Jean Ling and Zhengtan. If one looked from the second floor of the venue, Jean Ling was sitting inside the right angle wall. Most of the audience could see Jean Ling and Zhengtan, but Zhengtan and Jean Ling could not see each other. They were blocked by the wall. There was nothing on the wall that was suitable for climbing, but the wall was a little rough. Zhengtan came to the expected place and stood there. Whether it was those who had performed or those who did not bring their cats to perform, they all looked over there in confusion. Didn't this woman in the venue need to follow her cat? One had to know that during the performance, they were always by their cat's side. Even if they were not by their cat's side, they were not far away. They had never seen a situation where they were so far away from their cats and were directly separated by something. Just as people were thinking about what this woman wanted to do, Jean Ling took a wooden guitar that Charlie handed to her. She plucked the strings with her fingers and began to play. The surrounding discussions gradually quieted down because of the sound of the guitar. The clear notes scattered in every corner of the venue. They were freely retracted in Jean Ling's fingers, free and casual, as if the sincere and pure emotions of a young person were naturally revealed. Looking at Jean Ling sitting there, she was dressed in fresh clothes, and the corners of her lips were slightly curled with a faint smile. When she plucked the strings, it made people feel as if this person was a dancing warm fire. Without a doubt, at the moment of the opening, Jean Ling was the focus of the crowd's attention. Some people were already thinking that even if the cat did not perform well, they would still applaud and cheer for it just for the sake of this guitar song. On the other side of the neglected white right-angled wall, Zheng Tan also moved. When Jean Ling played the guitar to a certain note, Zheng Tan jumped onto the first stool marked with the letter A, and then jumped onto the second stool marked with the letter B. Zheng Tan felt that this kind of performance was extremely retarded and lowered his IQ. However, it was clear that Xiaoguo understood the audience's thoughts better. Zheng Tan was a bystander. If the audience watched Zheng Tan jump on the stool according to the alphabetical order, they would praise this cat for being amazing. Because it did not jump randomly, it proved that it jumped in the right order. Placing so many stools, especially when there was no conductor to guide it, was also a highlight. And that was indeed the case. Some people in the crowd had already begun to notice. Some children were even reciting the Pinyin alphabet along with Zheng Tan. They were more familiar with Pinyin than English. As long as one child started, the rest of the children, who were brought by their parents, began to perform as well. Therefore, one could hear the childish sounds of bo, ci, do, fo, gu, and so on. The children only looked at the jumping order of the black cat in the field, while some people saw more. That cat is stepping on the beat. Someone exclaimed softly. When the people around heard this, they stared at the black cat in the field for a while and found that every time the cat jumped onto a stool, it would step on the spot a few times. They didn't pay attention to it before and thought that the cat was adjusting. Now, it seemed that there was another mystery. It's true. This cat knows music? No way. It should have been trained like this during training. It's just a live accompaniment, someone said, thinking that he had guessed the truth. Zheng Tan ignored the reactions of the people around him. He jumped a few stools in the first stage. It was just a simple beginning. Due to the limited size of the field, walking in a straight line would not have much expressiveness. Therefore, the stools were placed along the line in the order of the alphabet. After jumping over the first few stools, Zheng Tan jumped onto a stool. There was a shelf next to the stool, and there was a long paper box on the shelf. Zheng Tan opened the paper box and took out a rose from it. The rose had been treated, and the thorns had been removed. The branch, which had been cut to the right length, was wrapped in a layer of clean paper. Zheng Tan picked up the rose and returned to the stool next to him. He stepped on the stool and waited for the next beat to begin. The people around who were originally watching the show gradually stopped paying attention to Jean Ling. Instead, they focused on the cat in the field. They were curious about what the cat would do next. With the rose in his mouth, he walked rhythmically with cat steps across the horizontal bar. The distance between the two adjacent letter stools was widened. If Zheng Tan jumped directly, he could of course jump, but according to Xiaoguo's plan, that was not the case. The rhythm of the guitar song gradually began to speed up. Zheng Tan stepped on the rhythm 3 times at first, but he stepped on it twice. Moreover, he jumped on the stool at the back and widened the distance. There was a vertical board between the 2 stools. When Zheng Tan jumped up, he used the board in the middle to jump to the next stool. Just like the skill that Li Yuanba had taught Zheng Tan to jump through the window, he used the object in the middle to exert force and change direction. As long as he controlled the force and direction well, he could land steadily on the target location. Zheng Tan had also done this when he was shooting advertisements. One of the stools was probably not fixed properly. When Zheng Tan jumped, it wobbled a little. The people around him felt their hearts skip a beat. When they saw the cat land firmly on another stool, they finally exhaled the breath that they had been holding in. Since it was parkour, it was naturally cool to run. As everyone's attention gradually focused on Zheng Tan, the rhythm of the guitar song became faster and faster. Zheng Tan, who had to wait for the rhythm on the stool every time he jumped, no longer waited. After speeding up, he began to run in people's eyes. In addition to stepping on the stool, he also jumped over the paper circle covered with a thin layer of paper, and then jumped from one grid to another. He was very fast. If they hadn't seen the hole in the middle of the paper circle, people wouldn't have been able to tell that the cat had just passed through the middle of the paper circle. The onlookers only felt that the black shadow in the field was getting faster and faster, like a hurricane, blowing through the field. There was not much discussion around the field. Everyone's eyes were chasing the fast black shadow that flashed by, for fear of missing a link. After successfully passing through the obstacles in the middle and jumping over the last stool, Zheng Tan had already arrived in front of the white wall. Black and white, a sharp contrast. Just as people were thinking about whether the cat was going to climb over the wall or find a shortcut to go around it, Zheng Tan did not stop or slow down. He jumped up and climbed up at a right angle. In an instant, he climbed from the bottom of the wall to the top. F***CK. Spider-Man? No, it's Spider-Cat. This cat climbing over the wall is too awesome. No, I have to learn from it. Although people around them began to discuss again, everyone's eyes did not move away from the field. They looked at the black cat that skillfully climbed over the high wall. It held the rose in its mouth and jumped onto the shelf next to Jean Ling. It was as if it had descended with the night. Against the dark night, the flames would be even brighter and more dazzling. At this time, the cheerful guitar melody ended with a melody, and the final ending sound seemed to be echoing in the field. Jean Ling's gaze moved from the guitar to the black cat next to her. The faint smile on her face deepened. She raised her arm and took the rose in the cat's mouth. After the performance, Jean Ling bowed to the surroundings to thank them. Zheng Tan also lowered his head and nodded to the surroundings twice. The applause from the surroundings continued. Some people were lamenting that this cat was really smart. Some people were lamenting how others trained their cats. Some people were thinking about how to train their cats to use this method to chase after people. Jean Ling heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Although she looked calm just now, she was actually worried to death in her heart. Usually, training and live performances were completely different. She had participated in many performances during university, so her psychological quality was strong. But what about that cat? She could not see the situation on the other side, but it seemed that everything was going smoothly. Zheng Tan did not look proud at all. Just like the cat in front of him, he did not know that he had succeeded. In fact, he felt that the performance just now was really low level. To think that he had a cat's body and a human's heart, and he had to be praised by the standards of a cat. It was embarrassing to hear it. There would be no ranking in this segment, so there was not much competitive pressure. However, it was also very important to attract popularity. After the host asked Jean Ling to draw the lucky audience, someone went over to take a photo. A mother brought her child here, so the opportunity to take a photo would definitely be given to her child. However, the child seemed to be a little afraid. She bit her finger and stood in front of Zheng Tan and hesitated for a moment. Then, under her mother's encouragement and Jean Ling's guarantee, she approached Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan squatted on the 1-meter-high shelf. The child's line of sight was just at the same level as Zheng Tan's. Seeing the child standing there stiffly, Zheng Tan reached out his palm and placed it on the child's head. Then, he leaned his head against the child's head and looked at the camera. If it was a human, he would be able to put his hand on the shoulder and act like a good brother. Unfortunately, his hand was too short. However, Zheng Tan was in a good mood today. After the mission was completed, he did not care about anything else. It was also not bad to attract popularity at the same time. The photographer hired by the venue was also a professional. He captured the scene just now and showed the photo to the mother and son. Both mother and son were very satisfied. The child wanted to take another photo, and the photographer agreed. This time, the child was not afraid. He stood beside Zheng Tan with a serious face. He raised his hand and made a pose of Ultraman releasing a big move. What made the surrounding audience laugh was that the black cat beside the child also stood up and made a similar pose. Although it was not a standard cross shape, it looked like it. It was enough. After looking at the second photo, the child laughed happily. He was addicted to taking photos and shouted that he wanted to continue taking photos. However, there were still people waiting to take photos behind him. Moreover, there were already some children at the scene who were shouting to come over and take photos. A few parents went over to negotiate with the person in charge next to them and learned that there was still a chance in the afternoon. However, they were taking photos for free now. When the time came, they would have to spend money. Of course, these parents could still afford to spend money on taking photos. After persuading their children, they temporarily stopped. The child just now was also persuaded by his mother to leave. Before he left, he grumbled, "I'm not done with the pose yet." After receiving a guarantee that he would continue taking photos in the afternoon, he left with 2 photos in his arms, satisfied. While Zheng Tan was busy taking photos with the lucky audience members who had been selected, a few people came out of the capital airport with their luggage. "Hey, are you guys going straight home?" "Of course, I haven't seen my family for a long time." "Naturally, I'll go back first. I've already booked the plane tickets. I have relatives in Beijing. My car is with them. I'm going to drive back to Chuhua City tomorrow. If anyone is going the same way, I'll bring them back together." "Isn't Jiao Mingsheng also in Chuhua City?" "Where's Jiao Mingsheng?" "He's calling home." This time, he finished his project and came back early. He didn't tell his family. These people were all overseas for exchange or to participate in some cooperative research projects. Some of them had gone out to gain experience. This time, it just so happened that a few of them came back together. While they were talking, Associate Professor Jiao Jiao, Zheng Tan's cat father, hung up the phone and walked over. "I'm not going back to Chuhua City for now. I'm going to Lin City," Associate Professor Jiao said. "Why are you going to Lin City?" someone asked. Chapter 240. Have you remembered all the things to pay attention to? Yes, but boss, do we really have to make it so complicated? Although there were a lot of people who wanted to take photos in the morning, most of them just said so. Usually, not many people will go in the afternoon, right? The people in the working group took a notebook and wrote down the things that Xiaoguo had just said. They also raised their own concerns. "You don't have to worry about this. I'll take care of it." Xiaoguo didn't seem to be worried. He patted the staff on the shoulder and asked them to set up the venue for the photo shoot in the afternoon. After the staff left, Xiaoguo had some time to eat a few pieces of watermelon. Although he had been busy since yesterday and was physically and mentally tired, he had gained a lot, especially from the performance in the morning. Although he didn't go to see it, he heard from Charlie and others that among the 10 cats, the black cat from their shop was the most popular. When he thought of Charlie's description of the situation at that time, Xiaoguo felt funny. At that time, there were too many people who wanted to take photos. The lucky audience wanted to pose, but after the photo shoot, they didn't expect the cat to be so cooperative. They felt that they had a new idea and wanted to take a few more photos. Therefore, it took a long time. Usually, when the first group finished their performance, the next group took the time to set up the props. However, the group behind Zheng Tan had been setting up the props for a long time, but the photo shoot was still not over. The people behind them were so angry that they drank several bottles of mineral water. Yes, they said that there was still time in the afternoon to take photos with the celebrity cats. None of the cats who won awards on Saturday left. The organizers arranged places for everyone to take photos. There were plenty of opportunities, but the photo shoot on the spot was free. If they waited until the afternoon, they would have to pay. Some people didn't care about the money, but it was inevitable that some people were greedy. Xiaoguo asked someone to count the people who took the initiative to contact him and make an appointment for the photo shoot in the afternoon. There were about 10 people, and some people were hesitating and hadn't decided. However, Xiaoguo wouldn't let go of this great publicity opportunity. However, Xiaoguo glanced at his phone. He had received a call from Associate Professor Jiao, saying that he had returned to China. If the cat's father returned to China, it would probably be more difficult to ask that cat for help in the future. In short, he had to seize this opportunity to gain more popularity. After Zheng Tan took an afternoon nap in the lounge, he was pulled over to prepare for the photo shoot. Just now, Xiaoguo had told him that Jiao Pa was back and would come over in the afternoon. On New Year's Eve, the Jiao Pa had called and said that he would only be back in the second half of the year if he was fast. She didn't expect him to be back so soon. She heard that he had bought a 2-hour flight from Beijing to Linzhou at 1 p.m. He would arrive at Linzhou at 3 p.m. She just didn't know when the Jiao Pa would arrive at the venue. Knowing that Jiao Pa was coming, Zheng Tan's good mood became even better. Even his attitude towards the people who wanted to take photos with him became better. There were a lot of people taking photos in the morning, including some children. Fortunately, those children did not pull Zheng Tan's beard. They were quite well behaved. Hopefully, the afternoon would go smoothly as well. The competition in the morning was not ranked, but the group photo in the afternoon directly reflected who was more popular. Xiaoguo had asked someone to set up the venue at noon. Now, it seemed that the shooting location was quite professional. The person in charge of taking photos was also a professional photographer in the team. This was an old man who had worked with Zheng Tan many times and was familiar with each other. At the beginning, a few young people, especially a few young men, came to take photos with Jin Ling. Jin Ling did not refuse. Now, some of the young people who were wandering outside were itchy. They quickly lined up to pay and take photos. Because of this, when the people whose goal was the cat and the people whose goal was Jin Ling were added together, there were more people in line. This was the brilliance of Xiaoguo. We don't lose to cats, and we don't lose to girls. We have to grab both hands and be hard on both hands. However, everyone who came to take photos with the cat, Xiaoguo asked people to tell them that the cat could not be touched, especially the head. If they touched it, they would not be responsible for being caught or bitten. As long as they listened to their arrangements, everything would be safe and sound. For many people who knew cats, they felt that cats should be touched and scratched more on their chins to get close to them. However, the people at the scene told them that this black cat was different from him. They could not explain it even if they really wanted to. However, people who had taken photos knew that this cat looked difficult to get along with and had a black face. In fact, it was quite friendly to take photos. For example, it took the initiative to cooperate and pose for photos. 20 yuan for a photo. Although the photo was not big, it would be beautifully made. Moreover, the name, Green Wings, and the name and address of the pet center were printed on the back of the photo. Xiaoguo would not give up any publicity opportunity. This was the psychology of people. Even if they were not interested in what everyone was doing, they would still want to join in the fun. Some people who only took photos with famous cats and champion cats also came to line up when they had free time. There were some props clothes on the side. People who were about to turn could go over and choose props clothes. A 6 or 7-year-old boy ran over and picked one. Then, he stood in front of the fitting mirror and looked at himself. He probably felt that he was so handsome in the clothes that he peed his pants. Yes, he really peed his pants. When Zheng Tan heard the people around him laughing, he looked over and found that the little kid in front of the fitting mirror was pursing his lips and crying out loud. His pants were wet, including the prop's clothes. There was a large wet urine stain. Sometimes, Zheng Tan felt that, in fact, the thoughts of children were quite strange. If they did not say it, you would not necessarily be able to guess what they were really thinking. There were many people taking photos. For Zheng Tan, this was actually not a troublesome thing. He just had to pose there and get a few kisses from a few ladies. However, the age range of these ladies was too big, from 8 years old to 68 years old. Zheng Tan accidentally found that his forehead had been kissed. There was also a 2 or 3-year-old child who kissed Zheng Tan's forehead and left a trail of saliva on Zheng Tan's head. No one knew what this little kid was thinking at that time. Seeing this, Charlie hurried over and wiped it with a paper towel, then a few more times with a wet towel. Seeing that Zheng Tan did not fly into a rage on the spot, Charlie was relieved in his heart. During this period, some people from the organizers came to watch the photo shoot, and there were also photographers. The organizers contacted Xiao Gua and asked him to bring the cats to take photos at the end of the event. The cats in the photos were all cats that had won awards. Zheng Tan was the only house cat that had not won an award. The other 3 house cats were the first, second, and third house cats in the house cat group. However, in terms of popularity at the venue, Zheng Tan was still a lot more popular than them. At around 4:00 in the afternoon, the event was coming to an end. The number of people taking photos gradually decreased, except for those who had already paid and lined up. Those who came later were all told that the event had ended. "Hey, sir, I'm sorry, but the photo shoot has ended. If you are interested, you can patronize our shop. If you have cats at home, you can also take a look at our brand. The quality is absolutely guaranteed." The people at the side of the photo area stopped the person who came over, but before he finished speaking, the people from the group behind him came over. Teacher Jiao, why are you here? Are you here to pick up the cat?" The person who came over was an old acquaintance of Xiaogua's from the pet center. He was also one of the few people who knew that Zheng Tan was in the Jiao family. The person who came before saw that everyone knew each other, so he stopped talking and let Associate Professor Jiao go straight in. When Zheng Tan was taking photos with someone, he caught a glimpse of the Jiao Pa standing on the side. However, the Jiao Pa signaled him to continue with his work, so Zheng Tan did not go over. However, he was not in the mood to take photos. After taking the last photo, the Jiao Pa walked over and lifted Zheng Tan up as if he was holding a child. He threw him twice in the air and said, "You've gained weight." Zheng Tan was speechless. As expected of a scientific researcher, Zheng Tan could probably be accurate to 3 decimal places with just a shake of his hand. However, after the Chinese New Year, Zheng Tan did not lose all his weight. The Jiao Pa did not take Zheng Tan away. He had already heard that Zheng Tan would be taking photos with the winning cats on the stage during the closing ceremony. The photos would be put on the event records of the relevant organizations as a souvenir. There were fewer people at the closing ceremony than at the opening ceremony. Only some relevant organizations and the owners of the winning cats were present. Zheng Tan stood on the stage, where there was a staircase. The winning cats were placed on top of it. Cats were not as obedient as dogs, so they had to hurry up. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if they got impatient or started to fight. Zheng Tan's seat was a little closer to the middle of the back row. A long-haired big guy was squatting next to him. It was about to squeeze into the middle, but when it saw Zheng Tan's eyes, it unconsciously moved in the opposite direction. It seemed to feel that it was not safe enough, so it moved a little closer. The Jiao Pa was amused and took out his camera to take photos. The feelings of the cat owners in the audience were similar to the feelings of the parents when their children stood on the stage to receive an award after participating in a performance or competition. The person standing next to the Jiaopa saw what the Jiaopa was doing and asked, "Your cat is up there too?" Before the Jiaopa could answer, the person continued, "My son is up there. He is the champion of the kittens category. Hee, this little guy is showing the temperament of a champion at such a young age." The Jiaopa looked in the direction that the person was pointing. There were only 3 kittens on the stage. It did not know which one was the cat that the person was talking about. Just as the Jiaopa was looking at the stage and guessing, he heard the person next to him shout towards the stage, "Huang Shang, look over here. I am the father." The Jiaopa was speechless. There were 3 kittens over there, and one was Ginger. It was probably the little guy. The kitten called Huang Shang did not know if it heard it. Its flat face was a little serious, but its eyes were looking around. It was indeed quite clever. After the closing ceremony, the Jiaopa took Zheng Tan out first. They would meet up at the hotel that Xiao Guo and the others had booked and go back to Chuhua City the next morning. The reason why the Jiaopa took Zheng Tan out alone was that before entering the venue, he met Fang Xiaokong outside the venue with his children and pets. Fang Mengmeng said that she wanted to take a picture with Zheng Tan. Fang Xiaokong did not want to interact with the people at the pet center, so he asked the Jiaopa to take Zheng Tan out when he was free and they could all have a meal together. While Fang Mengmeng was taking pictures of Zheng Tan and Dami with Fang Xiaokong's SLR camera, the Jiaopa and Fang Xiaokong were chatting on the side. "You will be able to get rid of the word vice soon after coming back, right?" "Congratulations in advance," said Fang Xiaokong. "Thank you. However, after the word vice is removed, there will be more challenges to face. There are many capable people now." The Jiaopa smiled and shook his head. "That's true. Even in famous universities in China, there are many strategic scientists." Chapter 241. They didn't chat with Fang Xiaokong and the others for too long. Zheng Tan and the Jiaopa returned to the hotel to meet up with Xiao Guo and the others. The next day, they returned to Chuhua City with the team. This time, Little Guo's harvest was quite bountiful. Xiao Guo, who was in a good mood, chatted with the Jiaopa and praised Zheng Tan to the skies. Zheng Tan ignored him. Since the Jiaopa had returned, Charlie didn't continue to stay with Zheng Tan. He took the opportunity to rest a little. Taking care of cats wasn't an easy task. Fortunately, Xiao Guo had promised to give him a raise. It was already evening when they returned to Chuhua City. When the bus passed by Chuhua University, Zheng Tan and the Jiaopa got off the bus. They didn't go anywhere else but went straight back to the villa complex. The Jiaopa didn't bring many things back. He only brought 2 bags and a simple outfit. Most of his luggage was checked in, so it was convenient for him to move around. He didn't need anyone's help. While they were still on the bus, the Jiaoma made a few phone calls to make dinner. It was rare that the family could have dinner together again after more than a year. The Jiao Yuan was absent-minded while eating. He kept glancing at his father's bag to see what gifts he had brought. Zheng Tan was also absent-minded while eating. He didn't care about the gifts, but he suddenly remembered that after the Jiaopa came back, he couldn't secretly surf the internet anymore. The Jiaopa was not like the Jiaoma. The Jiaopa was very meticulous. Zheng Tan thought about it. Although the Jiaopa always cleaned up his traces after surfing the internet, he couldn't be sure that it was completely cleaned up. He didn't expect the Jiaopa to come back so early. After the meal, the Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo went to look at the gifts. Zheng Tan squatted beside them and listened to little Pomelo and the Jiao Yuan talking about the gifts. However, his ears were perked up as he listened to the movements in the bedroom. The Jiaopa had turned on his computer and was sitting in front of it. He was probably contacting some of his colleagues. Zheng Tan looked up. He didn't see anything strange with the Jiaopa. The Jiaopa didn't ask about the computer, which made Zheng Tan feel relieved. It's good that he didn't notice anything. I'll go to the science building first. The Jiaopa stood up and said to the Jiaoma, who was tidying up the living room. It's already so late. What are you going to do? Supervise the students? The Jiaoma joked. Many students from the Institute of Biological Sciences would stay in the lab at night. They would only go back to the dormitory after 10 o'clock. No, I need to scan some documents and send it to someone. The Jiaopa said. He didn't have any rigid rules for his students. As long as they could produce results, they could arrange their own time. Oh, right. Treat your students to a meal. There are already 5 of them now. Yes, there will be more in the future. The Jiaopa sighed. This year, 2 more students came to study under the Jiaopa. Most of the undergraduate students had already graduated and left. Many of the master's students were still in school. Of the 2 new students, one came from a place far away, and the other came from a place in Chuhua City. One was from the school, and the other was from another province. One was a boy and a girl. Because the Jiaopa wasn't around during the second round of postgraduate exams, and there were many students who applied for him, it took a long time to read the emails that the students sent to the Jiaopa before the second round of exams. However, the Jiaopa was busy at that time, so he didn't have time to read them carefully. He replied with a few sentences and asked another teacher in the institute to check the emails. Xian also helped to check the emails. After all, the Jiaopa didn't want to see the members of a small team having conflicts. He also believed that Xian's eyes weren't bad. Speaking of which, the Jiaopa hadn't seen the 2 new postgraduate students. Zheng Tan hadn't seen them either. He only heard a few words from the Jiaoma when she was on the phone. However, when the Jiaopa said, there will be more in the future, did it mean that the Jiaopa was going to start recruiting more people? In the past, he only recruited 1 person. This year, he recruited 2 people. Next year, he will recruit 3 people. At this time, Chuhua University's Institute of Biological Sciences. Although most of the teachers' offices were empty, the students' self-study rooms and laboratories were still brightly lit. There were many people inside. Of course, this didn't necessarily mean that every student here was very hard-working. In the self-study rooms, there was air conditioning, internet, and they didn't have to worry about electricity bills. What's more, some students could even find a partner in the self-study room. How comfortable was that? However, those who were strictly controlled by the instructors and had planted eyes and ears in the self-study room were not so harmonious. Generally speaking, from the outside, without looking at the images on the students' computer screens, it was a very encouraging scene. In the Jiaopa's office, Xian and Su Chu were chatting. At the same time, there were 2 other PhD students who had a good relationship with Su Chu. As for Zheng Jing, he was now in the laboratory teaching the new students to do experiments. There was a big watermelon on the table. Some of it was left for Zheng Jing and the 2 PhD students. The other 4 men were sharing it inside. They didn't stop eating the watermelon. Recently, the 2 PhD students had been too angry. It wasn't easy for them to find an opportunity to vent their anger. When they talked in the teacher's office, as long as the doors and windows were closed, no one outside could hear them. Moreover, at this time, many teachers weren't in the courtyard, so they weren't afraid of being overheard. Hey, what do you think Pimple Lu is like? If I were his father, I would have strangled him. But his father treats him like a treasure. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so arrogant all the time. Su Chu sat next to them and ate the watermelon quietly. He didn't take the initiative to talk. The 3 people in front of him were all seniors. Moreover, the 2 people who were criticizing their supervisor had nothing to do with Su Chu. It was even more inappropriate for him to interrupt. The 2 people who were complaining were Pimple Lu's PhD students. Like them, Xian was also a PhD student. She was a direct PhD student. When her classmates were in the third year of postgraduate studies, she directly went to the first year of postgraduate studies. Therefore, here, Xian and the two people who were complaining were in the same year. This was also the reason why Su Chu didn't interrupt. In the group meeting last Friday, Pimple Lu went up and talked nonsense for a long time. After that, there was an awkward silence. I don't know what he was thinking. He asked the PhD student to tell a joke. Tell a damn joke. Which supervisor would ask someone to tell a joke during a group meeting? If it wasn't funny, he wasn't satisfied. He looked down on people. F*ck, he said it as if he was humorous and witty. The person who was sitting in the corner took 2 big bites of the watermelon as if he was venting his anger. What's wrong with that? Some time ago, he went to listen to a report. When he came out, he didn't look too good. He just happened to see me and asked me to laugh. Laugh his ass. Another PhD student also said angrily. Just talking about this matter made him angry. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have applied for Pimple Lu's PhD. The Pimple Lu they were talking about was Lu Geta. Many students in the institute jokingly called him Pimple Lu in private. This name came out from the mouths of Professor Lu's students. The professor was in his 40s. His parents were famous people in the industry and were the kind of people who could take charge of big projects. Pimple Lu himself didn't have much ability, but under his profile on the institute's website, there were a lot of dazzling reputations, various articles with high impact factors, various big projects under his hands, and various titles. The students who applied for Pimple Lu were all deceived by these. This was because the supervisors had big projects in their hands and could happily distribute money to their students. It was also easier for them to produce results to decorate their personal files. When they graduated, they could find a good place to go. Unfortunately, his character was F*king despicable. He was F*king lying. This was what a lot of people were thinking. Everyone was fooled by that string of glory. Many of the teachers in the institute also couldn't stand Pimple Lu. They felt that this person didn't have much ability. He was nowhere to be seen all day, only took money but didn't do anything. He was a dog in the manger and didn't do anything. He hogged some positions but didn't do anything. None of the students under him produced any results, but he was still able to clinch all kinds of million-dollar projects. It couldn't be helped. His parents were too awesome and couldn't compete. This was also what Fang Xiaokong called a strategic scientist sarcastically. He only thought about how to make money from projects. As for scientific research, didn't he have the old man and woman at home? When the time came, he could just go there and put his name on it, or directly put the results under his name. If he can say a few more good things about me during graduation, I'll endure it. I'm just worried that he'll embarrass me during the graduation thesis defense. A while ago, when a master's junior was doing his thesis defense, Pimple Lu mercilessly criticized that junior in front of so many judges. At that time, my junior's face turned green. Hey, tell me, which teacher would criticize his own student like shit in front of the other teachers in the academy? I'm not afraid of being criticized. After being with him for a year, I've become a lot more thick-skinned. I'll be fine as long as he doesn't deliberately stop me from graduating. Listening to the complaints of these two seniors, Su Chu felt that his supervisor was really too kind. Xian had the same thoughts as Su Chu. Although my boss doesn't have much power in the institute and is only an associate professor, he's really capable and kind to us. Let me tell you, even if he came here and saw us eating watermelon in his office and spitting out watermelon seeds, he wouldn't scold us. As soon as Xian finished speaking, the office door opened. Originally, Xian thought it was Zheng Jing. Only she, Su Chu, and Zheng Jing had the keys to the office. She didn't expect to see her supervisor standing at the door, who was supposed to be on the other side of the ocean. Jiao Pa looked at the watermelon seeds on the floor and was silent for 3 seconds. He glanced at the people in the office and then looked at Xian meaningfully. Xian broke out in a cold sweat. The big guy Su Chu hurriedly threw the watermelon in his hand into the trash bin. He didn't even have time to wipe his mouth. He stood up and stammered, "BBB boss." The 2 PhD students sitting on the side didn't know Associate Professor Jiao, but when they heard Su Chu call him that, they understood. They quickly put down their crossed legs, called out, "Professor Jiao," and immediately ran away. You're back. I'll clean this place up immediately." Xian hurriedly asked Su Chu to pack up. "Don't be in such a hurry. I'll take the materials and leave." Xian watched her supervisor take out the key, open the drawer, and leave with the materials. After Jiao Pa left, Su Chu gulped and looked at Xian. "Senior, what should we do?" Xian's face was bitter. She banged her head on the table and said, "Ah. Oh no, my salary will be deducted. My perfect image in the boss's mind is ruined." In the laboratory on the 3rd floor, Jing was preparing the culture medium. She suddenly realized that she forgot to take a bottle. She didn't want to go back, so she shouted, "Kuheng, help me get the sodium citrate on the table." Soon, a bottle of sodium citrate was placed next to Jing. "Thank you. Junior, you did well. It didn't take you long to find the materials. I'll treat you to dinner." "Professor Jiao." Jing lowered her head and weighed the samples. She didn't notice who was standing next to her. Now that she looked up, she saw her boss standing next to her. She was so shocked that she almost threw the bottle in her hand. She cursed in her heart, F***ck. When did the boss come back? Senior didn't tell him. Chapter 242. Xian and the others had been on tenterhooks, but they found that Associate Professor Jiao didn't say anything directly. After they came back, they did what they were supposed to do. They had a group meeting and asked Xian, Su Chu, and Jing to report the results of their work in the past year. Then, Kuheng and Dai Tong, who had just joined, introduced themselves. Associate Professor Jiao had an impression of Dai Tong, who was from the same school. Generally speaking, she was a good and hard-working girl. Dai Tong was going to go abroad directly, but she was delayed by many things. She applied for the postgraduate entrance examination with other students and applied for Associate Professor Jiao's position. Because she was from the same school, she knew more about the teachers in the school. It could be seen that she really wanted to achieve something. Although Kuheng went to a university in another province, he was from Chuhua. This time, he came back directly after taking the postgraduate entrance examination. Among the several people in the group, he was the only one who didn't know Associate Professor Jiao. Therefore, when Xian and the others were worried that Associate Professor Jiao would call them over to talk, he was also on tenterhooks. He was afraid that he would leave a bad impression on them. At the end of the group meeting, Associate Professor Jiao asked them when they were free to go to his house for dinner. His wife would cook for them. The several students discussed for a while and decided on a Saturday. In fact, Jiao Ma wanted to ask Jiao Pa to invite the students to dinner outside, but Jiao Pa didn't think it was necessary to eat outside. Although the house was not big, it could accommodate 5 more people. If they couldn't, they could just squeeze in. It was cheaper to eat at home, so there was no need to be polite. At 6:00 in the afternoon on Saturday, the sun was not so hot and there were many trees on the ground. At this time, many people gradually went out to eat. Not far from the eastern courtyard, a group of 5 people went to the courtyard. 3 of them were riding bicycles, and the other 2 were hitchhiking. Xian, who was leading the group, didn't have anyone on her bicycle. There were several bags of fruits hanging on her bicycle. It was better to buy something to eat at the boss's house, and the most practical thing was fruits. Hey, senior brother, last time you said that Teacher Jiao's wife was a good person. What about the other people in Teacher Jiao's family? For example, children and the elderly, Kuheng asked. Xian briefly told her about the 2 children from the Jiao family. Actually, Ms. Jiao's family is very nice. Oh, I almost forgot. Which one of you is afraid of cats? Teacher Jiao has a black cat called Black Charcoal at home. Kuheng and Dai Tong shook their heads. Not many people in their profession were afraid of small animals. Who knew how many white mice they had killed? Speaking of Teacher Jiao's cat, let me tell you. Su Chu had a lot to say when it came to this topic. He was the most emotional. It was all thanks to that cat that he was chosen. Hey, look ahead, Xing Jing, who was riding his bike, interrupted Su Chu and pointed in a direction. They looked at where Xing Jing was pointing and saw a black cat walking slowly under the shade of the trees on the sidewalk. That's Mr. Jiao's son, Black Charcoal, Xian said. Will it answer if I call it? Kuheng asked. Not necessarily. This cat is a bit special. Xian didn't say anything definite, but she thought to herself that it probably won't answer. Black Charcoal. Kuheng shouted. They were riding faster than walking, and they were getting closer and closer to the cat. Although Kuheng's voice was not loud, the cat could definitely hear him. Unfortunately, the cats and birds in front of him ignored Kuheng and continued to walk slowly towards the courtyard. They didn't even pause for a moment. Big brother, are you sure that cat is Ms. Jiao's? Kuheng was confused. If the cat's name was correct, it might not answer you, but it would always respond, such as stopping to look around. But the cat in front of him didn't seem to hear him at all. Absolutely. The cat tag on its neck can prove it, Xian said with certainty. Zheng Tan didn't take off the cat tag when he was hanging around the campus. He had just walked around the courtyard and remembered that Jiao Ma said they would have dinner at 6:30, so he came back at this time. Of course, Zheng Tan had heard the person who called out to him. However, there were people who knew Zheng Tan when he walked around the school. After being called out so many times, Zheng Tan was too lazy to pay attention to those who were not on good terms with him, not to mention those who he had never heard of before. He was even more lazy to pay attention to them. When Xian and the others rode into the courtyard, they were already ahead of Zheng Tan. After parking the car, Xian led his junior brothers and sisters to Building B. Once again, he reminded them of the places they should pay attention to. Listen more, talk less. There are many important people in this building. If we leave a bad impression, it won't be good. Not only will we lose face for the mentors, we won't have an easy time either. When they arrived at the door, Xian didn't rush to ring the bell. She waited next to the door and made way for the card swipe area. Kuheng and the others watched the black cat walk slowly to the door. It glanced at them casually, then went to the card swipe area and jumped. Click. The iron door of the door opened. Go in, what are you waiting for? Xian pulled Kuheng and Dai Tong, who were stunned, and followed the black cat into the building. Damn! It's really the boss's cat. Kuheng sighed. Xian made a shu gesture. When they reached the 3rd floor, they saw that Professor Lan's door was open. They felt nervous. Fortunately, Professor Lan didn't come out until they reached the 5th floor. It was not easy to come to the boss's house. Their hearts were beating fast, and they were worried about everything. Although they were nervous at first, they gradually felt relieved when they saw that the Jiao family was really as kind as Xian said. The living room was not big. Every time there were guests, the 2 children would set up a small table in the Jiao Yuan's room. Zheng Tan didn't join them in the living room, but went to the room to eat with the 2 children. During dinner, the Jiao Pa didn't talk about the experiments of the students, nor did he ask too much. Instead, He told them about the experience of participating in the research project abroad. He also told them about the research standards and the situation of the laboratories abroad. In the outside world, although the pay was very good, the competition and pressure were also quite great. Just like what many young professors who returned to China said when they had too much to drink, it was easy to survive in China, but difficult to survive outside. This was also one of the reasons why many people returned to China to develop their career. Naturally, they wanted to repay their alma mater and country. Of course, the country did hire some really capable people with high salaries, and also created good conditions for them to develop. However, not everyone could be so capable. Since they had chosen this path, they had to use the knowledge they learned to pave the way for themselves. Under the pressure of survival, many things were gradually drifting away from their original intention. Why did all those who studied this industry want to go abroad? Even if they went out for a stroll, they would still be able to make their records look better. Nowadays, the competition for jobs in the country was gradually increasing. Many colleges and universities had added a overseas experience when hiring teachers. It was not easy to get a job title or snatch a project. The most obvious point was that there were more and more young professors in China, but the quality of their jobs was decreasing sharply. Although it was unpleasant to hear, it was the truth. Another example was the professional title evaluation. It had gradually become a power exchange and money exchange. It had even become a game to compete for research funding. Every year, during the professional title evaluation season, there were always complaints from people who didn't get a senior title because of the research funding. Therefore, it was not a simple thing to walk down this path, climb up, and adapt to the rules here. Many people would only understand this when they reached that step. The Jiaopa said a lot of things selectively. He was afraid that the students would lose their enthusiasm if he said too much. The Jiaopa also asked a few of the students about their summer vacation plans. In fact, many graduate students did not have a summer vacation. Even if the school's website said that they had a summer vacation, everyone knew that summer vacation basically did not exist. This was especially true for schools like Tsinghua University and EXIN's majors. The Jiaopa was very nice to his students. If the students wanted to go home, they just had to write a leave request and tell them the specific time. After all, the students were at school, so he had to be responsible for them. Zheng Tan was in the room listening to the conversation in the living room. Zheng Tan was not interested in the things they were talking about. However, after the meal, the conversation between the teacher and students aroused Zheng Tan's curiosity. Not only Zheng Tan, but Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo also heard it. The Jiaopa would go out with the group of students who were going to do field internships during the summer vacation. Every year, the Faculty of Biological Sciences of Tsinghua University would be brought out to do field internships during the summer vacation of the second semester. Before little Pomelo came to the Jiao family, Zhao Yuan was still young. At that time, the Jiaopa brought the students to the field internship and took Zhao Yuan with him. Zhao Yuan had always been thinking about when he could go out again. He had been waiting until now. Now that he heard that the Jiaopa was going to the field internship again, his heart began to itch. He was thinking about what to bring. After EXIN and the others left, Zhao Yuan could not wait to ask the Jiaopa if the Jiaopa would bring them out to play during the summer vacation. The Jiaopa only replied with one sentence: "It depends on your performance." The so-called performance, Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo knew in their hearts, probably depended on the results of the final exams. Even if they could not get into the top few, they could not do too badly. Therefore, the few magazines with sexy covers and thick novels with yellow covers that were under Zhao Yuan's bed disappeared. Zheng Tan wanted to take advantage of the fact that there was no one at home and he could not go online to look for them. However, he did not find anything. Although Zhao Yuan was a child with all kinds of restlessness of adolescence, if he really decided to do something well, he would definitely treat it seriously and eliminate all sources of interference. If Zheng Tan wanted to look at those magazines and novels, he would have to wait until Jiao Yuan finished his exams. Zheng Tan was indeed very curious about the field internship, but unfortunately, Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were busy preparing for the final exams and did not talk about other topics. Zheng Tan could only eavesdrop at night from the corner of the master bedroom to get some information. The Jiao Pa was not the teacher leading the team this time. He just wanted to take the opportunity to bring his family out for a walk. After all, Chu Hua was very hot during the summer vacation, and the children could not do much at home, so it was better to take them out to have some fun. Although it would definitely be very tiring to go on an internship, this was one of the reasons why the Jiao Pa wanted the two children to go. They had to train more and increase their knowledge. The field internship organized by the academy was from mid-July to the end of July. Counting the time on the way back, it would last about 2 weeks. There were a few buses booked by the academy. Since the Jiao Pa wanted to bring his family and a cat along, he did not take the bus with the others. He drove his own car and followed along. There were also other teachers from the school who drove their own cars. After all, there were some people from other schools in the team. The teachers from the school had to be careful, so they would not be accused of being greedy. Chapter 243. In the back seat of the car, Zheng Tan sat with the two kids, listening to Jiao Yuan telling little Pomelo about the time he went to the field practice base with Jiao Pa. Jiao Yuan did well in the final exam, so he spoke with confidence. The tense atmosphere before the exam was finally gone. Jiao Yuan was still young at that time. Even if he saw a lot of things, he might not be able to remember them clearly. After all, his ability to accept things was limited at that time, so he didn't know much. He only thought about running around and having fun. What connected his memories were a set of photos taken at that time and a few specimens that he collected under Jiao Pa's guidance. There were plants and insects among the specimens, but they were inconvenient to carry around, so they were all left at home. Jiao Yuan only had a photo album with him. Just this photo album alone was enough to keep Jiao Yuan's mouth shut. It took about 7 hours to drive from Chuhua City to the field practice base, so Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma took turns to drive. Otherwise, they would be too tired. The group of people took a short break midway to let the students go to the toilet or something. As for those who were carsick, their faces were pale. Fortunately, the teachers leading the group were experienced. Other than plastic bags, they also prepared some medicine. When Zheng Tan woke up, he looked out of the car window and saw that there were many mountains around. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were looking at a map next to him. They also had a small flashlight in their hands. Sometimes, when they were in a cave, he would turn on the flashlight just to satisfy his craving. This place was very close to the field practice base that Jiao Pa mentioned. The purpose of the so-called field internship was to bring the freshmen out to see and get closer to nature. The freshman courses included botany and zoology, and some majors even involved ecology. The purpose of the field internship was to let them experience it firsthand and identify some plants and animals. Of course, it wasn't just for fun. The students who participated in the field internship had to write a report after the internship. For Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo, this was basically their summer vacation. It was the same for Zheng Tan. He strolled around the campus of Chuhua University. Although the campus was very green and occupied a large area among the universities in the country, it was still a small place. Zheng Tan also had the experience of wandering outside, but the place he went to at that time was not so mountainous. The feeling of mountains and plains were always different. The feeling of wandering and vacationing were also poles apart. At around 3:00 in the afternoon, they arrived at their destination. The field practice base of Chuhua University was built on a mountain. Zheng Tan noticed that many places on the mountain were well built. The roads and the planned houses all gave off a modern mountain city vibe. It was not like the kind of life that many people imagined. Of course, this was only the scenery on a small part of the mountain. Looking from afar, one could see the continuous mountain peaks. During July and August, the temperature in Chuhua City could soar to more than 40 degrees. If one were to break an egg on the road, it would be cooked very quickly. However, in the field practice base, when one opened the car window, one could clearly feel that the temperature was a few degrees lower than in Chuhua City. Before they came, they heard that there was no electric fan installed in the field practice base. Some of the students were worried that they would be cooked. After experiencing the summer in Chuhua City, they could not help but worry when they heard that there was no electric fan or air conditioning. However, when these students came out of the bus and walked into the dormitory arranged for them in the field practice base, they were immediately relieved. Before they came, they had already done the statistics, so they had already been allocated the rooms. The Jiao family had 4 people in a small single room, which was prepared for some of the teachers who led the team. There were 4 beds in each room, and the Jiao family directly occupied one of the rooms. This way, it was more convenient for Zheng Tan to move around. He did not have to stay in the bag all the time. The room had already been cleaned, so it was still quite clean. After all, it was the teacher's room. As for the students' room, the conditions were not as good as the teacher's room. The students had bunk beds, 4 to 8 beds. They also had a separate bathroom. Even if it was not as good as the teacher's room, the conditions were still passable. After installing the mosquito net, Jiao Ma laid out the bed sheets that she brought. The 4 of them took a shower and had a good afternoon sleep. After eating dinner in the field practice base's cafeteria, the Jiao Pa brought the children to the conference hall to listen to a lecture. The main purpose of the evening meeting was to mobilize the students. It was to talk about the various things that they had to pay attention to during the internship, emphasize on organizational discipline, and conduct a simple training for the students. Before they came, the students had already learned about the internship. Although there were still many things that they did not understand, as long as they followed the teachers, everything would be simple. The teachers would usually bring along a first aid kit in case of emergencies. The children nowadays were very precious, and if anything happened to them, the teachers would not be able to bear the consequences. Zheng Tan was also brought into the conference hall. The Jiao Pa hoped that everyone would listen carefully in case anything went wrong. After all, there were many mountains around, and this place was a nature reserve. It was hard to say what they would encounter in the summer. There would definitely be many snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Zheng Tan was nestled in the bag, and the Jiao family were sitting at the side. No one would notice Zheng Tan in the bag. Zheng Tan did not look around openly either. After listening to the lecture for a while, he felt drowsy. Along with the teachers and students of Chuhua University, there were also people from other schools. They did not have an internship base here, so every year, they would come along with the people from Chuhua University. At night, in this unfamiliar place, Zheng Tan did not feel uncomfortable sleeping. The room was filled with the scent of familiar people. He lay on little Pomelo's bed. He slept a lot during the day, so he was in good spirits at night. This place was very quiet, and if he listened carefully, he could hear the sounds of some animals that he could not normally hear. Just like what the person in the report said today, this was a city surrounded by nature. Perhaps many people in the city felt that being close to nature was a very good experience. The air was fresh, and it was quiet enough. But in reality, if those people were really allowed to come here, they might not be able to bear it. When they first arrived here today, a few boys wandered around the area. They did not go out of the range of the base. When they came back, they had an empty drink bottle with a big black insect in it. Zheng Tan had never seen it before. They asked a few students, but none of them knew what it was. They only said that it might be some kind of insect of the order Coleoptera, so they took it to the teachers who specialized in insects. A few of the girls almost screamed when they saw it. They probably would not develop their studies in insects in the future. Therefore, it was clear that not everyone could live in the mountains. The next day, the teachers were not in a hurry to bring the students out. Instead, they brought the students to the Lingshan City Museum of Nature, which was not far from the internship base. Zheng Tan stayed in the backpack and was brought in by the Jiao Pa. Logically speaking, they were not allowed to casually bring things in. But now that they were a group of university students and teachers, the guards at the entrance and the management staff of the museum did not really care. They even chatted with a few of the teachers for a while. It seemed like they knew each other. The person in charge of the museum only paid attention to not let the students cause any damage. Zheng Tan stayed in the backpack and peeked out through the gap of the zipper. The backpack had been modified by the Jiao Ma, and there was an additional gauze section. If people outside did not look carefully, it would be difficult to see what was in the backpack. However, Zheng Tan could see outside through the gauze and did not have to worry about being too stuffy in the backpack. Zheng Tan was not very interested in the plant specimens, and the students were obviously the same. That was until they came to the animal exhibition area. Most of the animals seen in zoos could be seen here, and there were many that had not been seen in zoos. However, the animals here were just specimens. There was no life in them, and there was no light in their eyes. Looking at the lifelike but lifeless specimens, Zheng Tan suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He did not know what the animals were thinking when they were made into specimens. Perhaps they were already dead before they were made into specimens. A few teachers and museum staff were explaining to the students over there. The main types of animal specimens are soaked specimens, peeled specimens, skeletal specimens, dried specimens, and slide specimens. Immersion specimens were specimens that were preserved in immersion liquid in their original form after the animal was killed and not dissected. Peeled specimens are usually used for vertebrates, such as birds and mammals. You need to peel off the skin of these vertebrates, remove the muscles on the skin, apply preservatives on the inner surface of the skin, fill in the prosthesis, install artificial eyes, and suture and reshape the specimen. Zheng Tan looked out through the gauze. After the teacher in front finished his explanation, he let another person continue. The person behind him was responsible for making specimens. The person in charge of the explanation was a zoology teacher from the Institute of Biological Sciences of Tsinghua University. There were also a few botany teachers. Some of the samples involved in their research project came from some areas in Tangshan City, so they were naturally familiar with the people here. The specimen maker led the students to a corner where some tools were placed. I only took them out for you to see because you are here. I wouldn't even give them to other people. The specimen maker pointed out the tools to the students as if he was presenting a treasure. At the same time, he talked about the industry of specimen making. To put it in perspective, the standard of living of people nowadays is better. They have pets and have built deep relationships with them. However, when the pet dies, the owner will feel great pain. However, if the dead pet is made into a real specimen with a complete structure, not only can it be entrusted to the owner's grief, it can also be preserved for a longer time. **T. If Zheng Tan could speak, he probably would have cursed out loud to refute this. Looking at the Jiao family next to him, Jiao Yuan had a look of disdain on his face. Little Pomelo also frowned, obviously disagreeing with the man's words. Because of the angle, Zheng Tan could not see the expressions of Jiao Ma and Jiao Pa. The specimen maker continued to explain the use of the scalpel, tweezers, scissors, steel wire pliers, files, hammers, saws, nails, lead wires, needles, and other tools. Many of the chemical agents were not very safe, so he did not take them out. He only mentioned some of them when he was explaining to the students, such as arsenic dioxide, arsenic, potassium aluminum sulfate, alum, phenol, lysol, etc. Most of the specimens are made using the method of partial prosthesis and partial filling. The general process is skinning, preserving, prosthesis making, filling, ocular prosthesis making, suturing, and the whole process of finishing. When skinning, the abdomen is cut open and the whole body is taken out in pieces. Listening to the man's words, Zheng Tan stayed in the backpack and felt a chill run down his spine. From what the specimen maker said, he felt that this profession was a beautiful profession that could bring the dead back to life. He loved this profession. In Zheng Tan's eyes, the specimen maker was one of his natural enemies. Chapter 244. On the third day of their arrival at the internship base, the students who had been divided into groups left the internship base with their respective teachers. The 4 members of the Jiao family were with one of the groups. The 2 teachers in that group had a good relationship with Jiao Pa. They talked about their experiences as teachers when they were walking in the forest. When they went out into the wild, everyone wore long sleeves, long pants, and hiking shoes. They also wore sun hats. There were many insects and mosquitoes in the forest on the mountain. Although it was daytime, they knew how powerful the mosquitoes were after entering the forest. That was why the students were carrying toilet water, essential oil, and some anti-mosquito agents in their bags. Zheng Tan didn't think much of it. First, he was wearing a cat skin as a layer of protection. Second, he was used to it. He was always in the forest, so he didn't think it was a big deal. Wearing something else would be a hindrance. The teacher in charge introduced some plants to the students as they walked. If they felt it was valuable as a specimen, they would collect it and make it into a specimen at home. As for the plants that were common in Chuhua City, they didn't want to waste their time. On the first day of their field practice, the teacher in charge didn't plan to bring the students to a remote place. Instead, they walked along the winding road. The cement road was very smooth, and it was probably mainly used for tourism. After the number of people had decreased, they didn't see many cars along the way. On the contrary, they could see 1 or 2 brave crabs in the middle of the road. People were like mantises trying to stop a chariot, but these crabs were trying to stop a chariot with their bare arms. Although there were no cars, there were many people. Jiao Yuan followed the students. Every time they saw a crab on the road, they would rush up with a bottle. Jiao Yuan didn't need to reach out his hand to catch the crabs. One of the students was chasing the crabs from behind. Jiao Yuan held the bottle in front of the crabs and waited for the crabs to climb into the bottle. However, the smarter and faster crabs were not so easy to catch. Crabs crawled faster than prawns, and some of them slipped down the slope and into the stream below. A crab crawled towards Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan raised his claws and quickly flipped it towards Little Pomelo. Little Pomelo was prepared. She was not afraid of the crab. She took the bottle and covered it. The other students naturally came over to help. They would not give up this opportunity to curry favor with the teacher's child. If they helped the teacher's child, perhaps the teacher would let them off during the final exam and not fail. Along the way, the group caught a lot of crabs. Except for a few people who used their own bottles to keep 1 or 2 crabs, the rest of the crabs were put into a bag first. After walking for a while, the group deviated from the main road and climbed up the mountain. There was still some life in the surrounding area. Sometimes, they could see 1 or 2 villagers living on the mountain. However, unlike the well-built houses near the base, these villagers' houses were very simple and tile-roofed. Along the way, the teachers in charge not only told the students about the plants they saw, but also about the insects they knew. The Jiao Pa also said something to the 2 children. "Hey, there's a cat," the Jiao Yuan said, pointing at a place. Zheng Tan looked in the direction the Jiao Yuan was pointing. There was indeed a cat running there, and it quickly left the group's sight and hid in the bushes. By the time the slower people looked over, the cat had already disappeared. The cat was probably scared away by the commotion caused by the group of people here. "That should be a stray cat," one of the teachers in charge said. "There are many stray cats here. Some of them are domestic cats that return to the wild. After a few generations of breeding, they became stray cats." After saying that, the teacher still felt uneasy. He reminded the students, "You have to be careful when you see stray cats on the mountain. These cats are different from your domestic pets. They are grumpy, but they haven't been vaccinated. Who knows how many germs they carry when they run around the mountain. It's better to stay away from them in the future. The group looked at Associate Professor Jiao's cat, which didn't use a leash and had been following them without causing any trouble. Then they thought about the cat they saw just now, which disappeared without a trace. It was indeed the difference between a domestic cat and a stray cat. Cats are very wild, and they have a strong survival ability. When they return to the wild, many of them survive. It's a pity that the birds are missing. 2 years ago, people from the Bird Protection Association came to catch the cats, and not long after, cat lovers' organizations came to denounce them. Sigh. Another teacher said. Zheng Tan sighed in his heart. Sure enough, cat lovers and bird lovers' organizations don't get along well. Probably feeling that this topic was not a good one for the students, and it could easily cause conflict, the teacher leading the team did not continue. He changed the topic and said, "Do you think we might find an albino animal this time?" Heh, in your dreams. Albino animals are not that easy to find. Even the expedition team can't guarantee that they will encounter them every time. Many of them are found by chance. The probability is too low, another teacher said with a smile. You said it was a chance event. No one can say for sure when we will meet one. It might even be an albino animal. Dream on. If we really meet an albino animal, don't talk about the overwhelming reports, even the leaders in our institute will tremble. Unfortunately, those are only according to the data. Although there have been expedition teams that have seen red-haired bats and the like, and last year, someone in a nearby village said that they saw red-haired wild boars, there is no convincing evidence. Those overseas people don't even acknowledge the existence of albino species. In the authoritative international magazines, they can only say that no red-haired mammal has been found so far. Even if we catch a red-haired rat, it will be a major event and big news in the world. Therefore, the so-called albino animals were only rumors and legends. Jiao Pa thought of something and laughed. In the past, people joked that if we really found an albino animal in its natural state, it could only be found in the area of Tangshan City. Albino animals could also be obtained after a long period of careful artificial breeding and protection. For example, the commonly used white mice in the laboratory. Artificial mutation and breeding could indeed create a lot of things, but the albino animals in their natural state had more research value. People in the circle who studied albino animals knew the research value of albino and albino animals, especially the albino animals. The last few sentences were whispered. Only the two lead teachers and Jiao Pa could hear them. The students who were resting under the shade of a tree not far away did not pay attention to them. Zheng Tan perked up his ears to listen to their conversation. According to the two lead teachers, many albino animals had been found in Tangshan City. There were also many mammals, such as albino squirrels, foxes, bears, and so on. Some people once thought that the emergence of albino animals was due to the development of human beings and the expansion of their range of activities, which led to the gradual reduction of the animals' living space, population reduction, and degeneration due to inbreeding. However, some people also felt that since albino animals existed in Tangshan City since ancient times, and there were more of them than other places in the world, it was unlikely that it was a pure albino phenomenon. There might be other unknown reasons. When it came to unknown reasons, Zheng Tan's imagination ran wild. For example, mysterious organizations, aliens, and so on. However, it was just a thought. If someone really said that it was because of aliens, Zheng Tan would not necessarily believe it. Just like what Jiao Pa said, there were many more unknown species on Earth than known species. Although human knowledge was improving, there were still many unsolved mysteries. Perhaps, when civilization developed to a certain extent, these mysteries could be solved. He just did not know if the mystery of cats with a human heart could be solved. Zheng Tan was just thinking that if the albino animals were really found, would they be immediately made into specimens? Later, he realized that if they were really caught, they would definitely be treated as an extremely precious species. It was true that the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. Moreover, to these researchers, the value of the albino animals was incomparable to other animals. Zheng Tan had killed white mice before, but he had not encountered any red mice. Zheng Tan was also looking forward to meeting an albino animal. That way, the trip would not be in vain. On the first day of the field trip, when the students returned, they were so tired that they went into their rooms and lay on their beds. They were not as energetic as they were 2 days ago. It was said that another group encountered a snake that fell directly from a tree and almost hit a student below. Until now, the student was still in shock. It was also said that another group of students was hit on the back of the hand by an unknown species of mosquito-sized insect. Although the insect quickly fell to the ground and crawled away, the back of the student's hand was quickly swollen like a pig's trotter. It was said that the student was unable to leave the base for a few days. However, Zheng Tan felt that the day was not too bad. After dinner, he was still in the mood to go out for a walk. The two children took a bath and went to sleep. Under the gaze of Jiao Pa, Zheng Tan jumped out of the window, climbed over the wall of the base, and walked on the cement road outside. The surrounding area was surrounded by 2- or 3-story villas. It seemed that many of the people living in the area had some wealth. Looking into the distance, all he could see were mountains of varying heights. Lights could only be seen in villages and towns where people lived, but they were only in small patches. Compared to the forest under the night sky, the bright areas were pitifully small. As he walked along the mountain, Zheng Tan suddenly smelled a faint scent. It was difficult to smell it with a human sense of smell. Zheng Tan could only smell it because of his cat's nose. This scent made Zheng Tan feel very uncomfortable. It reminded him of the specimens he saw in the museum. He knew that many people liked to decorate their homes with wild animal specimens, such as deer heads. There were many such examples in this place, but Zheng Tan felt that something was wrong. Although he was curious, he knew that he was not familiar with this place. It also made him feel a chill. He could not take the risk, so Zheng Tan decided to leave. But before Zheng Tan could walk far, he saw a shadow flash by. In the night, the shadow quietly approached the house that Zheng Tan was looking at. When it approached, the guy even glanced in Zheng Tan's direction. Looking into those eyes, Zheng Tan felt that all the hair on his body stood up. That was a guy who had survived in the natural survival of the fittest. It was not a pet that stayed at home all day and did not have to worry about food. Chapter 245. In a small courtyard not far from Zheng Tan's house, there was a cat. It was an ordinary house cat. When Zheng Tan walked over, he heard the house cat meowing a few times. It sounded a little arrogant. Perhaps to it, this place was its territory. When it saw Zheng Tan, it meowed a few times, which proved that it was not a coward. But now, the house cat was already curled up in a corner. Its eyes were wide open, looking at the strange cat under the night sky. Maybe it knew who it was, or maybe it didn't, but there was no doubt that its eyes were full of fear and cowardice. It was as if it was facing a creature at the top of the food chain in nature. This feeling was very strange. If Zheng Tan wasn't in a special situation, he would probably be curled up in a corner like the house cat, not daring to make a sound or even move. Could that cat have the same origin as the Monseigneur? Because of the Monseigneur's example, Zheng Tan first thought of this situation. After all, there were some bases around here, such as the internship base of Tsinghua University. There were also some people who always stayed here to do research. Who knew what kind of strange research they would do? Zheng Tan couldn't see what the color of the cat's fur was under the night sky. The cat just looked at Zheng Tan for a while, then continued to walk forward. It was very fast and very light. If it wasn't for the vigilance and intuition that Zheng Tan had trained over the past few years, he might not have noticed it. In the courtyard of the house that emitted the smell that made Zheng Tan very unhappy, there were only some low bushes and grass. There was still some distance between the trees. Although there were only 2 stories, the height of each story was higher than the ordinary houses that Zhengtan had seen in Chuhua City. So, in terms of height, the 2-story house here was comparable to the 3-story houses in Chuhua City. Zhengtan stood quietly to the side, watching the cat jump directly towards the wall after running over. He didn't know where the cat hooked its claws on the wall, or if it didn't use anything to climb the wall. Zhengtan only saw a shadow flash on the wall, and the cat was already in front of an open window on the 2nd floor. It must have done a lot of similar climbing exercises. The cat stood on the windowsill and looked inside. Its ears were alert, and its tail moved. Then, it jumped in. What did it want to do? Zhengtan was very curious. What made Zhengtan even more curious was the cat's origin. In the past 3 years, Zhengtan had seen a lot of cats and other animals. He also knew that among animals, even if they were of the same species, there were differences in intelligence. And this cat made Zhengtan feel that it wasn't as simple as its attack power being extremely threatening. The cat that was hiding in the corner of the courtyard was no longer there. It probably went into the house to find a sense of security. Zhengtan originally planned to walk around casually and then return to the base, but now he was a little hesitant. People here didn't come out much at night. The base was more lively, but here, it was really quiet. Only the sound of the programs on the TV in the house could make people feel a little livelier. The Jiaopa said that Shao Mountain was full of mysteries, but Zhengtan didn't feel what was so special about it. As for the rumors and legends, Zhengtan only listened to them as stories. But now, although he didn't feel anything magical, he finally felt something different. Curiosity was a habit that no cat could get rid of. When Zhengtan inherited the cat's body, he might have also inherited this habit. Zhengtan was still thinking about this inexplicable strange feeling. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he had already walked a few steps towards the house. Smelling the faint smell in the air, Zhengtan shook his fur and treated it as shaking off the goosebumps. In front of the courtyard of the house, Zhengtan squeezed in through the gap of the gate. He stopped at the place where the cat climbed the wall and sniffed. It was an unfamiliar cat smell. In addition, there was the smell of the specimen's medicine, the smell of pesticides, and the tangled smell that made Zhengtan feel uncomfortable. The wall wasn't smooth, so Zhengtan climbed up. Even though Zhengtan had always felt good about himself, he had to admit that his ability to climb walls was not as good as the cat's. He wasn't as fast as the cat, and he wasn't as agile as the cat. After climbing to the window sill on the 2nd floor with great difficulty, Zhengtan didn't go in immediately. Instead, he stayed on the window sill and observed the movements inside. It was very quiet, as if there was no living thing inside. If he hadn't seen the cat jump in with his own eyes, and if he hadn't smelled the smell coming from the room, Zhengtan would definitely have thought that there was nothing living in the room. Even if there was no living thing, it didn't mean that there were no other animals. The door of the room was closed, and there was no lighting inside. Looking at the sky and then looking at the room, he felt that the sky was actually brighter than the room. The night wind blew into the room, and the airflow circled around the room, bringing out the complicated smell inside. The window screen by the window swayed with the airflow, and the dancing white window screen added a strange feeling in this situation. When the window screen was lifted up by the airflow again, Zhengtan saw the situation in the room. There were many animals in the room. But none of them were alive, except for the cat that Zhengtan had seen just now, who was quietly sitting on a table. This was a room for animal specimens, and there were many animal specimens in it. Of course, after all, the space was limited, and it couldn't be compared to the variety and large animals in the museum. Most of the animal specimens in the room were small in size, such as some birds, small squirrels, rabbits, and so on. The animal specimens in the museum were basically donated by zoos, forestry, and other departments, such as some rare animals that died of diseases. Zhengtan learned this later. According to Jiaopa, there were hundreds of animals frozen in the freezer used to store animal carcasses in the Tongshan Museum of Natural History. The museum's taxidermists were going to thaw them one by one and make them into specimens. However, for many private collectors, they were more inclined to make specimens of healthy animals. Some taxidermists didn't like dead animals, because some of the animals' carcasses had a higher degree of decomposition, and they couldn't stand the smell when the fur was peeled off, so they preferred to kill fresh animals. As for the animal specimens in this room, Zheng Tan's intuition told him that they had been killed in a healthy state. Perhaps it was because the people who made these specimens were not very professional, and compared to the specimens in the museum, these specimens were much worse in terms of production and preservation. Now, Zheng Tan even smelled the smell of rotten fur. He estimated that in 1 or 2 years, some of the specimens in here would be wasted. Maybe the owner didn't care about this. If the specimens were rotten or wasted, they could just make new ones, and throw away the old ones to make room for the new ones. Zheng Tan didn't want to look at the animals that had been made into specimens. He mainly focused on the cat sitting on the table in the room. Opposite the cat, there was a cat specimen. The cat that had been made into a specimen was not an ordinary domestic cat, but its size was similar to that of an ordinary cat. Zheng Tan had been to exhibitions, so he naturally recognized several valuable cat breeds, but this cat was not one of the valuable breeds in his memory. Could it be a wild cat that lived in the mountains? Just like what the students had said when they were talking about it, in the wild, as long as there was no reproductive isolation, could anything happen? In layman's terms, it was hybridization. For example, for wolf dogs and super cats, in addition to artificial selection, natural selection was always happening, especially in a place like Pyrolite Mountain, which was rich in species. Since it could be made into a specimen, it should be different from a domestic cat, but Zhang Ziyan didn't know how different it was. Zheng Tan stood on the windowsill and couldn't see very clearly, so he couldn't observe it in detail. However, it seemed that the cat specimen, whether in terms of size or appearance, should not be related, right? The cat just sat there quietly. When Zheng Tan turned to the windowsill, its ears moved, and it glanced at the windowsill, then stared at the specimen cat again. Face to face, eye to eye, the distance between the two was about 10 centimeters. Zheng Tan had a ridiculous feeling. He felt that the cat was not sad about anything. It was more like it was deep in thought, like a thinker. Zheng Tan knew that his idea was ridiculous, but on second thought, other people in his circle probably felt the same way when they looked at him. They felt that it was unacceptable that such a creature that was supposed to have low intelligence suddenly became smart. Zheng Tan, like most people, had underestimated the intelligent species on this planet. Maybe they didn't have the intelligence of humans, but they weren't as low as people thought. The cat just sat there and looked at the specimen for about half an hour, then left. When it left, it glanced at Zheng Tan, and seemed to be surprised by Zheng Tan. After all, the other cats around it shrank to the side as soon as they saw it. After the cat left, Zheng Tan ran into the room and stared at the cat specimen, but he always felt that looking at the specimen gave him a chill down his spine, so he roughly glanced at it. After walking around the room, Zheng Tan left and returned to the base. For the next 2 days, Zheng Tan went to the wilderness with the practice team during the day, and went out for a walk at night. Every day at this time, Zheng Tan would see the cat here, and every day the cat would do the same thing. Zheng Tan couldn't know what it was thinking. That day, at 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the practice team came back one by one. After eating in the cafeteria, Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo went to find the students to deal with the crabs they caught in the mountain stream when they came back today. The crabs they caught were all in a bag, so when they came back in the afternoon, they found that the crabs in the bag had almost all killed each other. There were also a few empty shells that had been eaten by their own kind. Zheng Tan didn't go with them. When it was about time, he planned to go out for a walk. Today, the cat should be there on time, right? Unexpectedly, before Zheng Tan lifted his foot to step out of the window, he heard the sound of a fire engine. Zheng Tan listened to the direction of the fire engine, and it seemed to be in the direction where he walked every day. When he arrived in front of the house, Zheng Tan found that the house, which was fine yesterday, was now on fire. The fire happened to be in the room where the specimen was displayed. When the fire engine arrived, the fire had already spread, but it was quickly controlled. The surrounding residents, who were usually nowhere to be seen at this time, came out to gather around and talk. Chapter 246. After Zheng Tan returned to the base, he spent the whole night thinking about the cat. According to the onlookers, the owner of the house would open the windows for ventilation during the day and lock the windows at night. After all, there were so many unstandardized specimens in the house. Not only would the smell be heavy if the door was closed for too long, many of the gases were harmful. When Zheng Tan climbed over the windowsill, he also observed that the owner of the house's window was not the kind that could be smashed easily. Jiao Pa and the others also said that wild cats in the mountains were usually active in the early morning and evening. That was why the cat chose to sneak past the owner's closed window at night. Since it did not come out during the day, it only had the opportunity to do so now. People had all kinds of guesses, but no one said anything about the cat. No one knew what had happened in the house. Zheng Tan's intuition told him that it had something to do with the cat, but he did not know how the cat did it. In theory, many wild animals were afraid of fire. Was the cat not afraid? Zheng Tan could not figure it out. The next day, Zheng Tan went out with the trainee team as usual. Several people in the team were also discussing the fire that had happened yesterday. In the end, it was determined to be an accident. There were a lot of reasons that sounded plausible, but Zheng Tan was skeptical. This accident was too much of a coincidence. Zheng Tan did not understand. Halfway through the journey, he smelled a familiar scent. He looked around and saw that all he could see was trees and grass. Even if there were small animals hiding in there, as long as they did not move, the people here would not be able to find them. The sun was high up in the sky, and they had not entered the real wild area. There were no wild mammals, not even a mouse. However, Zheng Tan identified the scent in the air again. It was indeed the cat. Logically speaking, with the cat's survival skills, it should not have been so close to the trainee team. The people around did not have any strange reactions. They walked past the place and gradually went away. After walking for a short distance, the lead teacher asked everyone to stop and rest for a while. Zheng Tan did not stay there. He ran back. "Black charcoal, don't run around," Jiao Ma said. "It's probably going to poop, right?" Jiao Yuan said. The people around them suddenly understood, and they didn't pay much attention to it, including the Jiao family. However, the Jiao Pa frowned and looked in the direction where Zheng Tan had left. Even if he wanted to take a dump, he didn't have to run back. What did this guy find? Zheng Tan ran back to the place and followed the smell. Even if Zheng Tan purposely lightened his footsteps, there were too many weeds around. He would make a slight rustling sound as he walked, and animals with sensitive hearing should be able to detect it. Zheng Tan slowly walked over, his ears perked up as he paid attention to his surroundings. In the wilderness, he didn't dare to be careless. It was better to be safe than sorry. The direction of the wind had changed, and there was a hint of blood in the air. As Zheng Tan approached, a low warning roar came from behind the bushes. It was the cat, but Zheng Tan didn't know what had happened to it. The warning roar was warning Zheng Tan that if he continued to walk forward, he would not be polite. Zheng Tan stopped and looked at his feet. He picked up a small piece of soil and threw it in that direction. The cat was shocked, and the warning roar became louder. Zheng Tan had good hearing. When the small piece of dirt hit the ground, he could even hear the sound of iron chains. On the night they arrived at the base, during the meeting in the conference hall, the people on the stage told everyone that there might be some traps on the mountain that had not been removed, such as iron clamps. They also asked everyone to be careful and try not to walk into the dense weeds. It was said that something had happened before. Although Zheng Tan knew that the cat was trapped by a trap, he was still vigilant. He changed his direction and walked closer. As he approached, he also paid attention to the cat's movements. Soon, Zhengtan saw the situation there. There was a small iron clamp on the cat's leg. The trap was not set very cleverly. He could also see a not too thick iron chain wrapped around a tree. It was not like the ones that were nailed to the ground that Zhengtan had seen before. The grass in this small area was not thick. The cat was dragging the iron clamp and hiding in the grass. Due to the length of the iron chain, it could only hide half of its body in the grass. In terms of hiding, the cat was good. However, because of the trap, its conspicuous color was exposed. Zhengtan observed the cat from a place not far away. It was a cat with red stripes. The patterns on its body were similar to Depang's dragonly, but the cat's fur was thicker and its body was bigger. When Zhengtan saw the cat, the first thing he thought of was the red animal that the teachers in the Jiaopa had talked about. However, Zhengtan was not sure. After all, there were too many strange species in this place. It might be a special breed of cat. Zhengtan knew that he had good luck after becoming a cat, but only occasionally. He was not sure if he would really meet the red animal that the teachers in the Jiaopa had talked about. However, Zhengtan thought that the cat's IQ should be good yesterday, but now he was doubting it. This was a clumsy trap that was set up by children in the mountains. How did this battle-hardened cat fall into it? The iron clamp on the cat's hind leg was very new and not too big. According to what Zhengtan had heard in the past few days, this was a toy that children used to try to catch rabbits and weasels. The real hunters in the mountains would not only use this kind of toy. Besides, many of the villagers in the surrounding area had been informed that traps were not allowed in certain areas. In the past, the big iron clamp that almost broke the cat's leg was set up by the hunters. Observing the cat again, Zhengtan was distracted by its red fur just now. Only now did he notice that half of the cat's whiskers were curled. Judging from Zhengtan's personal experience, it probably had something to do with the fire last night. Otherwise, how could half of the cat's whiskers be burned like this? Zhengtan speculated that the cat's whiskers had never been burned before, so when it was burned, its perception was a little weaker. Due to the sudden burn, it was not used to it, so when it passed by here, it fell into the gutter. Anyway, it was true that the cat was clamped. The golden cat stared at Zhengtan. Every time Zhengtan took a step towards it, it would roar a few times. Perhaps because it was clamped, it did not trust anyone and was wary of everyone. It was not like the cold and distant attitude it had when it saw Zhengtan a few days ago. Looking at the iron clamp on the cat's leg, although it was not big, it was very good quality. Sometimes, too good quality things could be troublesome. Zhengtan wanted to try to break the clamp, but when he approached, before he could lift his paw, the cat swiped at him. If Zhengtan had not retreated quickly, he would have definitely been caught. Sure enough, cats in the wild had bad tempers. They did not recognize people when they were angry. Perhaps the cat had been trapped here for a long time and was tired. After Zhengtan tried a few times, the cat's movements became a little slower. Just when he was slightly relieved, Zhengtan was almost scratched by its claws. In a fit of anger, Zhengtan slapped it back. Perhaps it could not take the slap, and after being slapped by Zhengtan, the cat fell to the ground, but its eyes were still fixed on Zhengtan. Zhengtan was ready to give it one last try. If it did not let him touch it, he would leave it alone. When Zhengtan's paw touched the iron frame, the cat's leg shrank, but it did not wave its paw at Zhengtan like before. Although it was still staring at Zhengtan, the threat in its eyes was much less. Only now did it realize that I was being kind? Zhengtan scolded in his heart. When the cat was caught in the clamp, it probably hated him as well. Now that it realized that he was trying to help it, it did not wave its paw. Although it was a toy for the children in the village, it still took Zhengtan some effort. This clamp was different from the one in the Jiaopa's hometown that Zhengtan had seen before. After breaking open the iron clamp, the cat quickly moved its leg away from the clamp. It did not bother to lick its wound and roared loudly a few times. Its roar was different from that of a normal house cat. It was not as sharp, and it was not as domineering as those large felines, but it was still very imposing. Looking at the situation, Zhengtan suddenly felt that this cat was more like a young man who had just come out of the underworld and was venting his anger after being scammed. The Jiao family members were already calling for Zhengtan. They were probably anxious because Zhengtan had not been seen for a long time and heard the roar of some kind of animal. Zhengtan looked at the cat's wound. It was bleeding just now, but now it was better. Looking at its movements, it did not seem to be too serious. At least its bones were not broken. After feeling that everything was fine, Zhengtan ran to the place where the internship team was resting. Seeing that Zhengtan was back, the internship team continued their journey. After hearing the roar, the teacher in charge suspected that there was some kind of animal, so they did not dare to stay here any longer. "Did Black Charcoal fight with the animal just now?" the Jiao Yuan asked while walking. "I don't think so. Our cat is not a sheriff. It's not that aggressive," the Jiao Ma said. Although it was unlikely that Zhengtan had fought, to be safe, the 4 members of the Jiao family picked up Zhengtan and checked it. "There is blood on its paws." Little Pomelo found suspected blood when she wiped Zhengtan's paws with a wet tissue. They nervously pinched Zhengtan's paws and looked at them for a long time. They did not find any wounds, and everything was normal when it walked. "Maybe it bullied some animal again," Little Pomelo said. "Our cat bullied animals?" The Jiao Ma doubted. She thought that animals in the wild were all fierce. Even a stray cat was a beast, not a cat. Compared with a stray cat, of course a wild animal was fiercer. However, seeing that their cat was really not injured, she did not say anything more. It was just that the Jiaos had let go of their worries too early. That night, the 4 members of the Jiao family did not go out. They stayed in the room and talked about what they had learned over the past few days. Zhengtan was about to jump out of the window. The Jiao family was used to this guy walking outside for 2 hours every day. They were about to say something when they heard a sound similar to a cat's howl. Although it was a little different, it should be a cat. There were always a few cats whose howls were different from others. This was not uncommon in Chuhua City. Others might not be able to tell, but Zhengtan could. It was the red-striped cat. Cats had many kinds of howls, and their howls were different depending on their mood and situation. Although they did not speak the same language, Zhengtan felt that the cat's target was him. He lifted his foot and jumped out of the window. "Black Charcoal is out on a date, right?" the Jiao Yuan laughed. "What are you talking about? Read your book." The Jiao Ma gently slapped the Jiao Yuan and scolded. Chapter 247. After Zhengtan jumped out of the window, he ran in the direction of the sound. The cat only meowed twice and then stopped. It was probably the base's security personnel who went out to check on the situation. After all, the people in the base were a group of God's favored ones, famous teachers, and a few important researchers. If something happened, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. After Zhengtan jumped out of the base's wall, he looked around. A group of base security personnel passed by. They didn't see any suspicious beasts, but it seemed like they wouldn't give up just yet. They would walk around a few times just in case. Zhengtan thought for a moment and walked towards the house that the cat often went to. That should be the place where the cat often went. Maybe he could meet it. The owner of the house was either sent to the hospital or moved away temporarily. The house was still there. The surrounding of the burning house was burned black. It was said that the specimens inside were all destroyed. While she was thinking, Zhengtan sensed something and turned to look at the bushes beside her. Over there, the cat was walking towards Zhengtan, but it still looked around vigilantly as it walked. He didn't know if this guy had adapted after half of its whiskers were burned. It was lucky to meet Zhengtan this time, but it couldn't be so lucky every time. After the cat walked towards Zhengtan, it stopped at the edge of the bushes and looked at Zhengtan. Then it turned around and wagged its tail. After 2 steps, it looked back at Zhengtan. Was it asking him to follow? Zhengtan looked around. There didn't seem to be anyone walking around. Following it, Zhengtan wanted to know where the cat was taking him. Could it be looking for treasure? Zhengtan thought about the few movies he had watched with little Pomelo. Didn't they all say that animals would repay kindness? There was also a parrot that had lived for decades telling a poor child the location of a pirate's treasure. Treasures, just thinking about it made him a little excited. The cat saw that Zhengtan was following and sped up. They went down the mountain from the side where there were very few residents and then continued in another direction. Zhengtan didn't know what was over there, but every time Zhengtan hesitated whether to continue following, the cat would stop and signal Zhengtan to hurry up. Its eyes were filled with disdain, as if it couldn't stand Zhengtan's lackadaisical behavior. Usually, it was Zhengtan who despised other cats, but now it was being despised by a cat. Zhengtan took a deep breath and continued to follow it. However, at the same time, he also looked around and memorized the path. There were many wild habits of cats that Zhengtan could learn from, such as scent rubbing, urine marking and so on. Now that they were in the wilderness and there was no one around, Zhengtan didn't care so much. When he wanted to pee, he would find a landmark to pee. He wasn't embarrassed when no one was staring at him. Well, the red-striped cat next to him seemed to be a female. But a cat was a cat, and it was much better than being stared at. When Zhengtan realized the problem of time, he suddenly realized that the sky had begun to brighten. In other words, he had been running outside for the whole night. Was it too late to go back now? Zhengtan looked at the forest behind him that blocked his view. The Jiao family was probably worried, right? But since he had already walked so far, if he turned back now, wouldn't it mean that he had run for nothing all night? So Zhengtan decided to continue following. It had rained during the day in the forest, so Zhengtan and the red-striped cat found a place to hide from the rain. The cat liked to stay in the tree. Fortunately, the branches and leaves on the tree were dense at this time of the year, so they could block the rain. Zhengtan wasn't used to it, so he found a big leafy plant that he didn't know what it was. He tore off a few leaves and put them on the branches to make a simple shelter from the rain. Although it wasn't as effective as an umbrella, it was much better than staying in the tree. After running for the whole night, Zhengtan was hungry and tired. He only ate a few fruits along the way. Zhengtan didn't dare to eat anything outside. There were a lot of plants that he didn't know about, so he didn't dare to eat them. During his time at the base, he had learned about some edible fruits when he went out with the trainee team. He could make do with them, but after all, cats were carnivores. Without meat to replenish his energy, Zhengtan didn't know how long he could last. The red-striped cat next to him didn't tell him how far they had to run. To be honest, Zhengtan now regretted following them. Although he had made markings along the way, he was still nervous. What if he got lost in the wild? Although he could identify the direction according to the sun, Zhengtan wasn't a real wild cat, so he couldn't be absolutely sure. He hoped that it wasn't too far away, or he would just go back directly. If he went back now, it should still be too late. He didn't want to lose his precious cat life in this forest where there wasn't even a shadow of a human. Listening to the sound of the rain hitting the leaves around him and the cries of some other animals, Zhengtan closed his eyes and prepared to take a nap. Suddenly, his ear itched. The cat next to him was licking Zhengtan's fur. This was a sign of a good relationship between cats. The cats in the compound sometimes licked each other's fur, but Zhengtan wasn't used to it. Pulling at her ears, Zhengtan moved her head away slightly. The cat stopped licking her ears and started combing her hair. Cats spent a lot of time licking their fur. The two cats squatted next to each other in the tree to rest. In the afternoon, Zhengtan opened his eyes. The rain had stopped, and the sun had broken through the clouds and shone on the forest. The birds around started to chirp again. The red-furred cat jumped down the tree and rushed into the forest. It didn't take long for it to come back. When it came back, it had a snake as thick as an adult's thumb in its mouth. The snake was still alive. After it came back with the snake, the red-furred cat looked at Jiangtan in the tree. When Jiangtan jumped down, it threw the snake in front of Jiangtan, meaning for Jiangtan to eat. Jiangtan looked at the snake on the ground. He didn't know if the snake was poisonous, but he didn't know. After it was thrown on the ground, it probably wanted to run away. The ears of the red-furred cat that caught the snake twitched, and it didn't care about the snake anymore. It tiptoed in another direction. From the looks of it, it had probably found another prey, and one that was even more attractive than the snake. Jiangtan retracted his gaze and looked at the snake on the ground again. He was hungry now. In the past, he didn't eat raw food, but in this forest, just eating fruits wouldn't give him enough strength to run. This was even more dangerous. If he didn't even have the strength to run away, it was tantamount to suicide, let alone go back. The snake did not manage to escape, and its head was smashed by Jiangtan. Jiangtan couldn't accept this kind of raw food, but his stomach accepted it completely. When he really ate, the red-furred cat had already returned. It had a bird in its mouth. It was a little bigger than the magpie Jiangtan saw in Tsinghua University. It was still alive and was flapping its wings in the cat's mouth. However, it soon stopped flapping and entered the red-furred cat's stomach. Watching a wild animal eat up close wasn't a very pleasant thing. It was quite bloody. In order to replenish his strength, Jiangtan ate as much snake meat as possible. He didn't look at the ferocious cat eating the bird again. Jiangtan didn't finish the snake. He only ate half of it. This was the first time he tried this. Because of psychological reasons, he wasn't completely used to it. However, since there was a first time, there would be a second time and a third time. Jiangtan decided to catch prey himself next time. He couldn't rely on the red-furred cat. As for the bird, all that was left was a few bones on the ground and a blood-stained feather that had been forcefully torn off. There were other wild animals coming over. They probably smelled the scent. Jiangtan and the red-furred cat quickly left the place and found a new place to rest. After eating, the red-furred cat began to spend time licking its fur. There were still bloodstains on the corners of its mouth. However, after licking its fur, it quickly returned to its original state. It was lazy and was completely different from the ferocious cat just now. Jiangtan found a few leaves and wiped them. It had just rained, so there were many traces of water on the leaves and in some of the holes in the rocks. Jiangtan could still wipe the bloodstains. After resting for a while, they continued on their way. The more they walked, the more confused Jiangtan became about the direction. Before, Jiangtan had some confidence that he could return, but now, if the red-furred cat didn't lead the way, Jiangtan would definitely get lost. Just as Jiangtan was thinking about when to return, he saw a big red guy. On the other side of the stream, there was a big wild boar. Jiangtan estimated that this guy might be more than 300 kilograms. The wild boars people had seen in the forest were generally 150 to 200 kilograms. Even a 100 to 200 kilogram wild boar could cause a lot of trouble for people, not to mention such a big guy. However, what made Jiangtan more curious was the color of the wild boar's fur. Under the sun, the red fur on its body was like a burning fire, bright and eye-catching. Jiangtan felt that he should be feeling a sense of danger now. It wasn't a good thing to encounter a wild boar, but this feeling was very strange. He felt that the wild boar didn't have any intention of attacking him. The stream in the middle was very shallow. If a person stood in it, they wouldn't even reach their knees. It would be very easy for the wild boar to come over. The red-furred cat growled at the other side. The wild boar on the other side of the stream looked at Jiangtan and the red-furred cat, then raised its head and pouted. With a sense of arrogance, it rushed into the forest and quickly disappeared. One could only guess which direction the wild boar went from some sounds. After the wild boar left, Zheng Tan still didn't give up on the idea of going back. However, when he moved his ears and looked in the direction of the soft sounds in the grass, Zheng Tan saw a cat. The cat also had red stripes on its body, but there were other colors. The proportion of red was not much. Its size was about the same as the cat that brought Zheng Tan here. The two of them were playing around. Then, Zheng Tan saw a few more cats poking their heads out of the grass. Zheng Tan now realized that the red-furred cat wasn't bringing him to find the treasure, but to its nest. Since they were almost there, Zheng Tan wasn't in a hurry to go back. If he wanted to go back, he would have to rely on the cat. Otherwise, he wouldn't know the way. In the red-furred cat's nest, or rather, in this territory that they had circled, there were more than 10 cats. Each of the cats had more or less red stripes or patches on their bodies. The one who really led these cats was a red cat that was about the same size as Monseigneur. It didn't have any stripes or any other colors on its body. Generally speaking, cats weren't social animals. However, it was different here. They lived in the same place, but they each had their own nest. They wouldn't squeeze together. Other than playing around, they would climb up the trees to sleep and even eat. It was a very strange group of cats. Towards Zheng Tan, an outsider, a few of the cats showed signs of rejection and vigilance. The other cats didn't get close to him, but they didn't alienate him. The big red-furred cat in the lead, other than hunting, spent most of its time lying on a tall tree. These cats should be related by blood, right? Zheng Tan guessed. Chapter 248. Zheng Tan could not stay there any longer after a day. None of the cats seemed to have any intention of leaving the area. Even if a cat did leave, Zheng Tan did not dare to follow it. He did not know if the cat was going in the same direction as him. The red-striped cat that brought him here had been staying in the area since it came back. When it ran out last night, Zheng Tan was full of expectations and followed it. In the end, he found out that it was only going to look for food and had no intention of going out. Zheng Tan was lying on a branch, trying to figure out a way to get back. He did not bring a collar or any signal tracker with him when he came to the training base. Perhaps it would be useless even if he did. According to the teacher in charge, the expedition team had mentioned in their notes that there were many places in the mountain forest that they could not detect any signal at all. The compass was useless as well. It was probably due to the geology and magnetic field. This was also one of the reasons why this vast forest had not been conquered yet. Zheng Tan was in a hurry to leave. First, he was afraid that the Jiao family would be worried. Second, he felt that it was not safe for him to stay here. There were not many cats gathered here, but most of them were female cats. They were all very strong. Every one of them was at least one size bigger than Zheng Tan. Even the smallest cat here, which was probably not an adult yet, was slightly bigger than Zheng Tan. They were slightly more ferocious. Zheng Tan could not accept having sex with a cat. Even if he could accept it, it would not be a pleasant experience. Just thinking about it made him shiver. As he was thinking, a sound came from under the tree. A few cats were fighting over a mouse. Zheng Tan came here. In addition to the leading cat with red fur, he also saw a red-furred wild boar and a red-furred mouse. The few cats were fighting over the red-furred mouse. Yesterday, a nearly 20-centimeter red-furred mouse had been taken up by the leading cat for dinner. Later, a few small red-furred mice were caught by the cats. They were probably the cubs of the big mouse. It seemed that the big cat had dug up a mouse nest. The small red-furred mice were snatched by the cats as if they saw a delicacy. They even fought over a small mouse. Yesterday, the red-striped cat had fought with another cat. After it won, it immediately ate the small red-furred mouse, afraid that it would be snatched by other cats if it didn't pay attention. From yesterday to now, Zheng Tan had eaten a few fruits, a bird's egg, and a fish caught in the stream. The fruit was eaten by a cat. Zheng Tan saw that it was not poisonous, so he ate a few fruits on the tree. The taste was not bad. The bird's egg was dropped in the grass when the cats were catching birds. The cat did not want the bird's egg, so Zheng Tan picked it up. For the cats, the bird's egg was just a toy. When they were bored, they played with it like a ball. As for eating it, they had no interest. Zheng Tan thought about the experience of eating the fish. Maybe it was the cat's tolerance for the fishy smell. Zheng Tan had a hard time eating it, but he did not feel nauseous after eating it. The internal organs and fish head were not eaten. After Zheng Tan caught the fish, he cut it open with his claws, removed the internal organs, and rinsed it with the water of the stream a few times. The water of the stream was very clear. As for the parasites and microorganisms, Zheng Tan did not care about them. He could not care about them. It was better to fill his stomach first. The cats also ate the fish and drank the water here and lived well. They grew strong and healthy. Zheng Tan believed that he should be able to bear it. Looking at the sun that rose and began to set, Zheng Tan made up his mind and decided to go out and try. Even if he could not return to the base, this forest was not the Amazon jungle. If he walked in one direction and was more careful, he would be able to get out, right? At most, he would have to wander around for another 10 days, half a month, or even a few months. It would be good if he could go back. If he waited here, he did not know when the cats would leave. If they did not leave, then would he have to stay here forever? After making the decision, Zheng Tan came down from the tree and looked around. There were a few cats playing around. The red-striped cat was lying on the tree and sleeping. The leader cat was looking at the birds flying in the sky and curling its lips. It was probably thinking about where to go to look for food at night. Should he say hello? Zheng Tan snorted in his heart. There was a language barrier. How could he say hello? He remembered that when he came here, he seemed to have come from that direction. There was a stream there, and there was a big wild boar there. He should walk along the stream. After Zheng Tan confirmed the direction, he lifted his feet and walked in that direction. As he walked, Zheng Tan felt that the leader cat was looking at him. It did not stop him, nor did it do anything else. After walking for about 50 meters, Zheng Tan heard a call from behind. It was the red-striped cat. It had come down from the tree and was running towards Zheng Tan. Perhaps it realized that Zheng Tan was going to leave, so it came over to stop and persuade him to stay. However, before it could get close, the leader cat jumped down and slapped the red-striped cat to stop it from coming closer. The red-striped cat pressed its ears and seemed to be very unhappy. It felt that Zheng Tan was a good cat and would be a good companion, so it brought him back. How could it leave? After stopping the red-striped cat and making sure that it would not come over, the leader cat walked in the direction of Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan felt some pressure from its larger body, but Zheng Tan did not feel any malice or threat. When the leader cat passed by Zheng Tan, it paused and looked at Zheng Tan, then continued to walk. After walking a little further, it turned back to look at Zheng Tan again. Zheng Tan's heart skipped a beat. It was leading the way. He hurried to catch up. After running for 2 steps, Zheng Tan stopped and turned back. The striped cat was still standing there. It did not follow him, but it kept looking at him. If it was a cat that lived in the jungle, it would be good to stay here. Unfortunately, Zheng Tan's ambition was not here, and he was not a real cat. He actually wanted to make a comfortable nest for the striped cat that could shelter it from the rain, but later he realized that it would be too conspicuous. If someone came here, they would probably find it. With Zheng Tan's ability, he could not make a nest that was too hidden. Since these cats lived well here, they must have their own survival skills. Zheng Tan did not want to be nosy. If he could leave successfully, he probably would not come here again. Zheng Tan thought. After one last look, Zheng Tan lifted his feet and followed the cat in front of him. It was a little different from what Zheng Tan had imagined. The places that the leader cat led Zheng Tan through were different from what Zheng Tan remembered yesterday. Along the way, the leader cat also caught a red-haired mouse. It was probably from the same litter as the little red-haired mice, but it did not expect to be bumped into by the big cat. The tail of the red-haired mouse was stepped on by the leader cat. Compared to the paws of the leader cat, the red-haired mouse was really not enough. Zheng Tan looked. The leader cat did not seem to care about such a small red-haired mouse. Today, when the other cats were fighting for the little red-haired mice, the big cat did not even bother to look at them. The two cat paws played with the red-haired mouse for a while, then the leader cat lost interest. It pushed the half-dead red-haired mouse towards Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan lowered his head and looked at the red-haired mouse that rolled in front of his paws. It was lying on the ground with its belly turned over, but there was no other movement. It looked like it was about to die. He did not move. In the past few days, he had eaten snakes and fish, but he really had not eaten a mouse. He had killed one, but he could not bring himself to eat it. The leader cat continued to walk forward. Zheng Tan did not care about the red-haired mouse on the ground and planned to follow it. Unexpectedly, the leader cat saw that Zheng Tan did not touch the red-haired mouse, so it turned around and pushed the red-haired mouse to Zheng Tan's feet. Did this mean that if he did not eat the mouse, he would not lead the way? But Zheng Tan really did not want to eat this. At least, he could not eat it now. The two cats stood there like this, facing each other. Zheng Tan was helpless. They could not keep staring at each other like this, right? But the cat in front of him was looking at him with an ungrateful look. What should I do? Zheng Tan looked around, and his eyes fell on a vine plant. He went over and tore off a section of the vine, removed the leaves on the vine, and tied the red-haired mouse on the ground with that section of the vine. He held the extra section of the vine in his mouth. After that, Zheng Tan raised his chin towards the cat in front of him. Is this okay? The leader cat looked at Zheng Tan, then looked at the thing that was tied up like a cocoon. It looked at Zheng Tan with disdain, then lifted its feet and walked forward. It did not matter if it looked down on it, as long as it led the way. After all, they would go their separate ways in the future. Out of sight, out of mind. Zheng Tan thought to himself. However, he continued to walk for a while. After the cat in front of him ate a few unknown insects along the way, Zheng Tan became more and more suspicious. Did this big cat actually want to come out to look for food? Since there was no better way for the time being, Zheng Tan continued to follow it. At worst, he could wait for the cat to finish looking for food and then follow it back to the forest. The red-haired mouse that was tied up like a cocoon was swung around as Zheng Tan ran. Zheng Tan was too lazy to care about whether it was dead or alive. After being played like that by the leader cat, it was probably going to die soon. Anyway, he was not going to eat the red-haired mouse. When the time came, he would just throw it away. About half an hour later, Zheng Tan jumped onto a tree, climbed to a high place, and looked at the setting sun. He felt that his sense of direction, which had disappeared for a day and a night, had returned. He was suddenly in a good mood. This was not the place where he came from. It was a little off, but not far. Zheng Tan felt that he could find the way he came from. As for the leading cat, after bringing Zheng Tan here, it turned around and left. Perhaps it knew that cats like them could not wander too far away, and they could not appear in areas where humans lived. Therefore, it had to guard this place, a place where no humans had entered. As for the striped cat, it was probably an accident that it appeared at the base. Zheng Tan couldn't get used to their lives, and they couldn't get used to the life that Zheng Tan wanted them to live. Looking at the endless forest under the twilight, Zheng Tan took a deep breath and prepared to rush to the base. As for the half-dead red-haired mouse, Zheng Tan looked down and saw that the mummified red-haired mouse was chewing on the vines energetically. Its two front teeth moved, and the vines were bitten open. The vines were much thicker than the red-haired mouse's teeth, and Zheng Tan thought that the vines were quite sturdy. He did not expect the red-haired mouse to bite open a big hole as easily as tofu. It looked like the vines were about to break. There was no movement just now, and in the blink of an eye, it was like this. Noticing that Zheng Tan was looking at it, the red-haired mouse, which had already squeezed half of its head out of the vines, fiercely bared its two small white teeth at Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan now understood that the red-haired mouse's bared teeth depended on who it was facing. If the leader cat was there, it would only dare to play dead. Chapter 249. A mouse was not afraid of a cat. A small mouse was acting fierce in front of a cat. This mouse was not even as big as an egg when it was curled up. How could it be so arrogant? To be honest, it was Zheng Tan's first time encountering such a situation. Therefore, his original plan to throw away this troublesome mouse after the leader cat left was changed. The vines on this little mouse were still tied up and had not been completely bitten off. What was even more arrogant was that after the red-haired mouse glared at Zheng Tan, it continued to gnaw on the vines. It did not seem to care about Zheng Tan at all. It was really unscrupulous. Zheng Tan raised his hand, intending to teach this rampant red-haired mouse a lesson. Previously, the red-haired mouse was tied up with vines. Now that they had walked for so long, the red-haired mouse had already squeezed its head out of the cocoon. At the same time, under the cocoon, its small tail was also exposed. Zheng Tan bent his palm, lifted the red-haired mouse's tail, and spun it around. After 20 rounds, Zheng Tan stopped. The red-haired mouse did not move for a long time, as if it was dizzy from being spun around. Zheng Tan raised his hand and was ready to poke the mouse to see if it was stupid from being spun around. Unexpectedly, just as his hand was about to touch it, the red-haired mouse suddenly stretched out its neck to bite. If it were not for Zheng Tan's quick reaction, and the fact that the red-haired mouse's movements were affected by the spinning, it would probably have been bitten. Looking at the red-haired mouse biting the vines, he knew that this guy's teeth and bite force were quite lethal. It actually had the courage and strength to bite. However, at this time, Zheng Tan did not plan to spin it around anymore. He just wanted to break its neck. What was important now was to hurry on. He did not have time to waste here with a mouse. However, just as Zheng Tan raised his claw halfway, the red-haired mouse that had almost bitten off the vines suddenly stopped and looked around vigilantly. It stretched out its neck to look under the tree, and revealed a sense of cautiousness, as if it had discovered something dangerous. Zheng Tan didn't know if the red-haired rat had truly discovered the abnormality or if it was plotting something. Just in case, Zheng Tan still had to be vigilant. If there really was an abnormality, he had to pay attention and deal with it early. Thus, Zheng Tan quickly pressed the red-haired rat down, not allowing it to move. Then, he looked down the tree. Suddenly, the red-haired rat squeaked as it was pressed down by Zheng Tan. It struggled, but was unable to move away from Zheng Tan's palm. Zheng Tan did not have the slightest intention of pitying it. If he used a little more strength, he would be able to squash it to death. Only then did the red-haired rat realize that the cat in front of it was also a dangerous creature. Perhaps in its memory, it only had a deep fear of the cats in that area, but it had no memory of Zheng Tan, an animal with a very strange smell. It probably also felt that Zheng Tan had no intention of eating it, which was why it was so rampant before. Its experience since birth had taught it that being bigger than it did not mean that it was dangerous, and being smaller than it did not mean that it was harmless. Unfortunately, this time, it had miscalculated. This cat indeed had no intention of eating it, but it was not to be trifled with either. It had enough power to squash it to death with one palm. Therefore, after it cried out once, it stopped, and after struggling for a while, it settled down again. However, its eyes were looking around, probably thinking about how to escape. Zheng Tan did not pay attention to the red-haired rat that he was stepping on. He focused on looking down, his ears perked up to listen to the movements around him. Just when he felt that the red-haired rat was playing with him again, he suddenly heard a slight sound. Zheng Tan, who was about to find trouble with the red-haired rat, immediately focused his attention on that slight sound. The rustling sound of something rubbing against the ground and the surrounding grass gradually came in this direction. Zheng Tan held his breath and looked in that direction, feeling nervous. He could already guess what it was. A snake as thick as the mouth of a bowl came out from the grass over there. With its size, it would not have any difficulty swallowing a cat the size of Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan had seen snakes of this size in the city before, but they were specially raised by some people. At that time, Zheng Tan had not yet turned into a cat, so he did not feel that much fear. But now, in this forest full of danger, Zheng Tan's hair almost stood on end. Fortunately, the snake was not heading in the direction of the tree that Zheng Tan was in. Moreover, the snake had already eaten, and there was an obvious protrusion on the snake's body. Looking around, Zheng Tan guessed that the snake was probably planning to go to the wetland not far away. After the snake left, Zheng Tan waited for a while before coming down from the tree. This time, Zheng Tan did not plan to release or kill the red-haired rat directly. He found another vine and tied the rat up. This time, he spent more effort, tying 2 knots in a circle, then tying the next circle, repeating the process a few times. This way, even if the rat bit off a section of the vine, it would not be able to escape immediately. Yes, Zheng Tan planned to keep the rat as an early warning. This primeval forest, which could be said to be well preserved, had many dangerous and uninhabited places. In the ancient and magical forest, all kinds of creatures were breeding and living in an endless stream. Countless lives had been here for generations, and the vastness of the primeval forest made people feel that it was unfathomable. In the past 10 or 20 years, expedition teams had been organized both domestically and abroad to explore this forest, which was filled with all kinds of legends and stories. Some universities and research institutes had also organized expedition teams, and once they entered, they would spend 1 or 2 months or even longer. However, there were still many places that people could not reach, and miracles that could not be discovered. At the same time, it also showed that there were countless unpredictable dangers in this forest. Zheng Tan admitted that he had underestimated this forest. In Zheng Tan's original mind, the forest that was filled with all kinds of dangers was similar to the Amazon jungle. What was there to be afraid of in a place like Tongshan City? Even when he followed the red-striped cat into the forest, Zheng Tan did not encounter any danger or crisis. But now, he suddenly realized that he had been too naive. Many of the wild animals that lived in this forest were deliberately hidden, and Zheng Tan might not be able to discover them in the first place. There were also unknown dangers. Zheng Tan did not think that he was smarter than the expedition team, and his experience in the forest was not as good as this little rat's. Since he did not have a high IQ and could not compare to the native residents of the forest, and he did not have a second red-striped cat to lead the way, Zheng Tan chose to take this red-haired rat with him. It might be useful in the future. Even if it was not, it could be used as a backup ration, and when there was danger, it could be used as bait to distract the attention of dangerous creatures. The speed at which they returned to the base was much slower than the speed at which they entered the forest. During the process, Zheng Tan had to be vigilant of his surroundings. He would stop from time to listen for movements in the surroundings. He also had to take this red-haired rat with him. Once he found that the red-haired rat was about to gnaw off all the vines, he would change to another vine to tie it up. Fortunately, there were many plants and vines here. Zheng Tan specifically looked for those that were resistant to gnawing and had some thorns to increase the resistance of the red-haired rat's gnawing process. He had heard that there were many plants that had long been extinct in other parts of the world. They were called living fossils by botanists. Perhaps those botanists would scream if they saw them here, but Zheng Tan had no interest in them at all. Along the way, Zheng Tan saw a very large tree. Zheng Tan didn't know what kind of tree it was, and he had never seen it before. He guessed that it was because it was too old. There was a hole in the trunk, and many snakes were crawling in and out of the hole. Zheng Tan jumped onto a tree to determine the direction he should go and observe his surroundings. He saw the snakes from afar and quickly ran. He didn't dare to court death. Speaking of gains, Zheng Tan picked up a piece of amber. He had picked it up when he went to the stream to drink water. In the past, he had heard people say that ambers were found in mining areas or by the sea. He didn't expect to find one here. The piece of amber was about the size of a quail egg. There was a small flower inside. He didn't know what kind of flower it was, but if it was a species from tens of thousands of years ago, it would be really valuable as a collector's item. Zheng Tan found a vine and wrapped the amber around his neck. This way, it wouldn't be easy to throw it away. He would give it to little Pomelo when he returned. Zheng Tan didn't feel anything when he wore the amber. It was light and easy to carry. On the way, Zheng Tan ate some fruits and caught a snake. He didn't know which snakes could be eaten and which couldn't. Anyway, he happened to see a snake of the same species as the one he ate last time, so he killed it. It was a little smaller than the one caught by the striped cat. In order to hurry, Zheng Tan bit the bullet and ate some more. He fed the rest to the red-haired rat. Anyway, it was just these things. It didn't matter if it ate or not. The red-haired rat seemed to be very hungry and didn't refuse. Many rodents were omnivores. This red-haired rat could eat meat and vegetables, which saved Zheng Tan a lot of trouble. After walking for 3 days, Zheng Tan quickened his pace at dusk on the third day because he smelled the scent of people. When the sky darkened, Zheng Tan was already running on the mountain where the base was located. It was just that at this time, the light was dim, so many people didn't notice Zheng Tan. Although he was already very tired, Zheng Tan was very excited when he saw the base. He didn't slow down. Instead, he ran even faster. He even forgot that the red-haired rat was tied to the vine in his mouth. In the base's dormitory, Jiao Pa closed the door and walked out of the dormitory building. He wanted to walk around and smoke a cigarette. For the past few days, they had been in a bad mood because of the cat. The 2 children didn't go out with the trainee team for a few days. They said that they wanted to wait in the room. They didn't even close the window, wondering when the cat would come back. Jiao Pa searched in the wild. He even spent money to hire some villagers to help. Jiao Ma asked the residents who lived on the mountain one by one. They all said that they had seen a black cat a few days ago and hadn't seen it since. In fact, in the hearts of many of the surrounding residents, as well as some of the teachers and guards of the base, they were certain that the cat had been dragged away and eaten by some wild animals. This kind of thing had happened here before. There were even cases of dogs being lost. After a while, people would hear about the remains of the cat being found somewhere in the wild. The teeth marks of unknown animals were all on the bones. A few guards who came out to patrol the base saw Jiao Pa. They came over to greet him and ask about the cat. For the past few days, they had seen this teacher with the surname Jiao come out to smoke. They heard that the parents and children at home were worried sick because the cat had gone missing. There were even cat search notices outside. "Teacher Jiao, you haven't found your cat yet?" a young-looking person asked. Jiao Pa shook his head. "Don't worry. Maybe it will come back by itself at any time. In the past, there was a cat in my house that disappeared for a month and came back by itself. Yeah, don't worry. You can go back and rest. Don't go out. Yesterday, someone went out in the middle of the night and was bitten by a snake. Fortunately, it wasn't a venomous snake." The guards talked one after another. Suddenly, one of them pointed at the wall not far behind Jiao Pa and shouted, "What is that?" Zheng Tan had just climbed over the wall when he saw a beam of light coming over. He quickly jumped down and planned to run to the building where he lived. Unexpectedly, the vine suddenly broke off when he landed. The red-haired rat had almost bitten off the vine. When Zheng Tan landed on the ground, the rat pulled the vine away. It wanted to escape, but Zheng Tan held it down with a slap.